That was pretty scary, but I think that's what you do, right?
Yes. People maybe one more minute if you guys can get coming in, take this finding parking steps. Let's take it on. As we get started, so thank you everyone for attending in person here today. It's really nice to see a great turnout, and I guess I can do a very quick kickoff. And my name is Keith Savino. Rania will be also presenting our first presentation here, just giving an overview of the SBIR program and who we are at SBTBC. And I guess Balaji and Ashley, you guys can wave hello. They're our gracious hosts for today from First Flight Venture Center. So if you have questions about that, they are here. And our boss, the director of the commercialization team, John, is here as well. And having a so yeah, we're all again happy to get this started. So. So yeah, I guess the first introduction of who SBTDC is. We are basically a business extension of the UNC system. We provide confidential and no-cost counseling services beyond SBIR assistance. So we have a team of general business counselors, international business development counselors, government contracting, and launch specialists. So the whole gamut of, you're a startup employee number one, or you're a founder looking to start up your company, all the way if you're, looking for equity fundraising or need help obtaining loans or international business. So we have people all over the state, and depending where you're located, we can provide, people in your area. But our specific team, the tech commercialization team, we're based in the RTP region, either Chapel or Raleigh, but we do work with clients all over the state. We're specifically focused on non-dilutive and equity funding. So again, show who our team is. As mentioned, John is our director, and then myself and Ramya. And we also have Shiva, who's located in the Greensboro area. And then Andrea is our equity specialist. And Frank will be joining us in August as another equity specialist as well. So if you're looking for venture capital funding, we refer you to them. Yeah, and some of the services include, helping with pitch decks, commercialization plans, and then of course us helping with non-dilutive funding, which could include some state grants, some state based funding opportunities that we'll go over. And our big one though is the SBIR STTR program. And so if you're not applying with us already, this just is a note to find us on the website, sbtdc.org, and becoming a client. And again, depending on your region, you would just select the region that your business is located. And then if you're specifically interested in more SBIR counseling, you could put that you attended this talk and you'd like to speak to either Ramya or John or myself. So that's we would recommend, or that's actually required to do before being a client of ours. But again, it's no cost and everything is confidential. So by becoming a client, we will naturally not be sharing any confidential information that you would promote to us. And so today's objective is going to be the introduction to the SBIR STTR program. So you've never heard of that or never applied to one. We'll give the brief sort of introduction of what the program is and what it entails, as well as some recent updates. As many of you may know or probably know, that it was recently reauthorized a couple months ago, and so there was a 6-month or so period where things were kind of shut down, and the government was debating some different topics within the SBIR program, and so it's been reauthorized, but it's taken some time to kind of get fully going and to get solicitations out and into each program. So, and then we will dive a little bit into the review criteria, and so what it takes to submit a good application, and go from there. So I guess a quick question, or maybe show of hands or poll, how many people are, I guess, familiar with SBIRs, or by familiar I mean, has anyone ever applied to an SBIR before or been part of a company that's done it? So maybe a handful of people. So again, this talk today will be for people that maybe have never applied to SBIRs. So most people in the room. We will have another talk next Monday as well to do a little bit more of a deep dive into a good application and how to successfully to apply. But today will be more of the introductory steps. So with any new business, there's going to be these buckets that are going to be requiring funding, and most of you are obviously probably familiar with them at this point. You would have anything from employee salaries to facilities, equipment. You have patent and legal costs. You're just general overhead, business development, and marketing. So any of these buckets can be you can use SBIR funds to cover some of these costs, and so that's roughly how the budget is broken down when you apply for an SBIR. So just to keep those in your mind, that's how you would structure your budget. So
we have, excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is there a chance we could have the slides? We have.
Yeah. I don't. I think we can work on sending those out. Yeah. So they're good. Yeah, we have everyone's email, so we would be able to do that. So, yeah. Yeah, if you would like to take pictures or notes too, obviously that's cool. So. And so, just at a high level, with it's important to note that SBIRs are not necessarily the only source of funding or a cure-all for any for startups. In fact, it's becoming much more common to use different sources of funding to get your business off the ground. So it's becoming harder to rely just on 1 or 2 SBIR grants to really launch your business. So in the pre-venture stage, you might need to do anything from bootstrapping, using personal funds or friends and family to just get a prototype or some idea off the ground. And once you're a little further along, you can continue those bootstrapping friends and family methods, and then start looking at grants. And so a lot of people come to us with sort of the idea phase and they say, hey, I want to apply to an SBIR. And it's becoming a lot harder to get any funding when it's just the idea stage. Not to say that it can't be done, but you really need some sort of traction. And to get that traction, you need funding. And so, being creative with how to get the business off the ground is really important and to keep it going. And so you can see, R&D grants and contracts is SBIR being one of them. And then there's incubators like First Flight Venture here, can offer, maybe not even financial assistance, but can offer space or expertise. And so it's really important to be plugged into the different incubators in the region here that we have many of. And then eventually you may look into angel investors, which again is more of an early stage equity discussion that we could help with. And then anything from bridge loans to, further along venture capital, seed funding, and more R&D grants. So it's a bit of a cycle where even as you get further along in the process and maybe you get one or two SBIRs, there's always going to be a strategy of how to get kind of your next funding stage. And so we're always happy to continue that relationship with clients so just being kind of aware of all the different opportunities. So yeah, we'll focus on the R&D and the SBIR and STTR program. So okay, so again, at a high level, the SBIR program is a non-dilutive federal funding mechanism, and non-dilutive is just a fancy way of saying they will not take a portion of your company. So if the federal government gives you an SBIR grant, they do not take a percentage. And so that's one of the biggest advantages of the SBIR program. It's probably one of the only avenues that can offer that. It's such a significant impact, such high amounts of money. And so it's only for small businesses, which includes can be for profit and US based. It must be 51% owned by individuals and are typically under 500 employees. So it's typically for small businesses. And again, R&D grants and contracts, and we'll go into a little bit of the difference between those. And then it will help you commercialize an innovative solution to a problem. And so it really has to be an innovative solution and not just sort of this incremental change to something that's already on the market or a competitor has something. They really want to see an innovation, something that's novel and unique. And so if something is risky or hasn't fully been vetted out, that's okay. That's actually encouraged. And so if you don't have innovation in your application, they're going to score that in a negative light. But there does have to be some sort of, I guess, rationale or proof of concept or ideally traction for that idea. And so that's really important, the innovation portion of that.
Yes. When you say fully vetted out, what parties do you mean in the vetting process?
So like if you have a medical device, for example, and it doesn't have to be a polished end product. The SBIR program is going to fund some of the development where you might say, hey, we have this product and we're going to test different use cases or different we're going to improve it in phase 1, and then phase 2 would be, hey, we're going to scale it up, we're going to to get ready for a clinical trial, for example. So that's what I mean by vetting. So
51% owned by individuals. What's an example of not owned by an individual?
Yeah, so like a fully venture capital owned company, or like it could be a pump, Amazon, for example, is a publicly owned company and they have different investors. Obviously they're too big, but that's an example of something not owned by individuals. Yeah. And it doesn't need to be one, it could be multiple individuals, but usually there's a founder and a startup team perhaps, and those individuals are, as long as more than half the company is owned, it's typically accepted. And you can have some venture capital money or some equity. So 49%. But yeah, and so the last point is, the products should have significant market potential, and so that's where your commercialization plan is really important. They want to see that this is a technology that's gonna have, a use in the marketplace, and so you can't just say, well, this is a great idea, we think it, can help save the world. There has to be a very strong plan for taking it from particularly a phase 2 to eventually getting to the market. So that doesn't necessarily mean after a phase 2, you're gonna have a product, a drug or something that's, going to the market immediately, but there has to be a very good plan and a very good, identified market for this technology that's being developed during the SBIR process. And so you'll hear us talk about SBIR versus STTR. They both are for small business, and then the SBIR is the innovation research, and that funds small businesses that are doing R&D. Whereas the key difference with STTR, which is small business technology transfer, is for funding partnerships between a small business and a research institution, such as UNC or Duke or NC State. So that's, I think, the easiest way to remember is the STTR. There has to be this collaboration between an academic or our research institution. So SBIRs, as we'll talk about, you can have a partnership, but it's mandatory in STTRs and so on. So just a real quick breakdown of the difference. The SBIR, in phase 1, you can subcontract up to a third of the grant. So just say the grant is for $100,000, you can use 33%, up to 33% can be subcontracted to either, research institutions or just people that are not the primary investigators on the grant. And so, whereas in the STTR, you have to have at least 30% of your funding going to a research institution. So just a difference there. And for at least 40% has to be going to the business. So that's going to be your key difference. There are some differences with who can be the principal investigator. So again, 50% needs to be the principal. So 50% of the principal investigator's time would need to be going towards the grant if it's an SBIR. And then the STTR can be a little bit different, but dependent on solicitation, but either the research institution or the small business can be the principal investigator. So another key difference is the program size. There is more funding for SBIRs, in general around $3.5 billion, and that does fluctuate from year to year. But that's a typical number for the SBIR program, whereas STTR tends to be significantly less than that, around $500 million. And again, there can be some majority VC ownership. I know we're talking about it has to be owned by individuals, but some of the government agencies do allow the majority VC ownership. So the main ones being Health and Human Services, which includes the CDC and NIH, as well as the Department of War. So they may go against that, I guess, trend that I just mentioned before. And so there are 11 agencies that are in the SBIR program, and I'll go over those in the next slide. And there are 6 agencies that participate in the STTR. Oh yeah.
So, just wanted to make sure it's clear, like STTR, we work against the service provider, SBIR, right? The innovation, commercialization of the green technology to high school product. Do we get funded also that we buy the STTR?
So you said your company would have the.
We focus on commercialization part of the SBIR. We would be, so the technology program, do the commercialization. And we go under STTR, would be also we actually revenue opportunity, for the.
So if you have an academic or a research institution that is you're partnering with, they have to, again, say it's $100,000 grant, and at least 30% of that has to go to the research institution if you're doing STTR.
Right,
So-
so you just had part of it as research program. The agents only companies or I did it.
Yeah, they have to be, usually it's like an academic institution.
Okay.
So, yeah, they would have to be a part of your application, the STTR, so.
Exactly.
Okay, is this new, compared to before the shutdown? It used to be 11/11, and how come USDA is a ghost?
So I think that. Let's see, in terms of the breakdown, I believe it's always been, there's been fewer STTRs because. The requirements are a little bit different, so there's. You know, it could change year to year, but as of now, there were 6 agencies, so. And then, yeah, the USDA, I think it just wasn't on the website, but they are part of the STTR.
I guess the question was this a drop off before September last year?
I think those have been about the same. Yeah, I don't think that has changed because of the reauthorization, so.
Yep.
That's been the same. Yeah, question.
So I attended the Emergency Fund Week a couple of weeks back.
Yeah.
They did a very good breakdown of that.
Okay.
And if you go to their website, the website will give a very detailed breakdown of that. You know, which organizations and sub-organizations to SBIRs, you know, and to in addition to that, the 6 that do STTRs as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good point, but this is just gonna be a very high level overview, and I will have a slide that shows which of the agencies are. Part of both of those, so, I was just gonna make a. Quick note to say that there is a difference, between contracts and grants, Romeo will be diving a little bit more into those differences, but. So you might see a contract, which is a, solicitation that would typically have less flexibility and they have very strict requirements. And I usually use the example of like NASA as a, you know, strategic initiative to go to the moon and they need a lunar lander. So they will have a you know, government contract or a solicitation through NASA. That's a contract for that end goal. And so whereas a grant could be something a little bit more open-ended where maybe the NIH is looking for, say, a cure to a specific disease, but they're not going to tell you how they want it. And maybe they do, maybe they don't, but it tends to be more open-ended. And so when you hear those 2 terms, contracts tend to be more strict and have specific requirements that the government is looking for. So just to keep that in mind. But yeah, going back to kind of who the government agencies or which agencies participate in SBIR and STTR. These are all 11 agencies, and so there are a handful, I guess starting on the left, that participate in SBIR and STTR's Department of Defense or now Department of War. Health and Human Services, which again covers the NIH, just being the main agency within them, the National Science Foundation, Department of Energy, NASA, and USDA. And then agencies that are, I guess, the main difference is why they're only SBIRs, that they're a little bit smaller and don't have the mandatory requirement to participate in the STTR program would include the Department of Commerce, Department of Education, and Transport, the EPA, and Department of Homeland Security. So this is kind of that breakdown of which agencies participate, either both or just SBIR.
Quick question, so sure, is this funded by the state then or by federal? You said that there was a break because the funding wasn't, the budget wasn't done.
I think so SBIRs are a federal program, so yeah.
And what was the per cause of the hiatus?
Romeo will go over a couple of slides of that, but there were some, you know, disagreements on, for example, how many SBIRs one company can obtain. Some companies were obtaining multiple SBIRs and kind of going against the ethos of being for small businesses. And, you know, when you are collecting 10 or 20 SBIRs, are you a small business anymore? That was up for debate for several months. And so that was just one example. But yeah, there are, and we'll talk about as well, some state programs that are very closely tied to the SBIR program. So it is related, but when it comes to SBIRs and STTRs, they are just federal. Federal. And so, oh yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I have a question with the previous slide. So you showed the difference between a contract and a grant, right?
Yeah.
So the contract, is a working prototype enough, or should you have customers, other customers even before you apply for these kind of contracts? Because the grants, I know you don't have to have customers, you already ready with basic and just you apply for, how does that work?
Yeah, it's always gonna be dependent on solicitations, but I don't, at least. I would have to say you don't necessarily need to have, customers, particularly because in this case, the government would be your customer, so. If you're, the Department of War, say, wants a new, type of bullet or some, body armor, for example, they specifically have requirements that they want. So if you happen to have another technology that fits the requirements or only requires small modifications on your part, that's fine, but they're not gonna necessarily, and that could help your case to say, hey, we have sales and another similar product, but it's not a requirement. So
So they would be okay to be the first customer, right? That's right.
I think that's, yeah, in general, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the quick just point at the end of this was, don't judge an agency just by its name. There are plenty of companies that are maybe working on a technology that, you wouldn't think is necessarily related to the Department of, Energy, but maybe they are interested in it. So it's always good to kind of keep the agency name, don't limit it to what you think in your mind that they're interested in. NASA is sometimes interested in a variety of things that, maybe a health tech or, a biotech company might be developing. So just as an example, so. But in general, certain businesses are obviously going to fall under, specific agencies more often than not.
Are all those agencies dropping their servers on the same website, the orange website?
So, yeah, and we'll go into how to kind of find them, but yeah, the grants.gov is going to be, or sam.gov is a place where you can find all the solicitations.
And there's a server website, it's orange. We are dropping some soup there.
I guess, sorry.
I can help with that.
Yeah.
So my company is actually, right now in phase 1 and trying to move into phase 2 of the SBIR part, IAR process. So grants.gov and there's some other, so the SBIR.gov has hyperlinks to these 11 organizations. And so you will click on, say, the National Science Foundation link. And, on their page, then you go to the SBIR tab. And it'll give you their guidelines for timelines for submission and what they're actually looking for and what they're looking to fund. So, each of those are different and each of the submission dates are different and they vary depending upon the organization, and their individual timelines. But basically the process is very similar for each of them, even though some of them might require a little bit more of a specific area to be talked about in the proposal package.
So, yes, wasn't sure if that answered your question or if there was a specific agency you were kind of looking to apply to and address that. And yeah. So again, in general, there's so there are multiple phases of an SBIR application, and so if your technology is earlier stage and more in that development stage, you would be applying to what's called a phase 1, and those are typically something that can be accomplished in a 6 to 12 month period with funding anywhere from $50,000 to $300,000, and so and just for context, the award rate for that could be anywhere from 10 to 20%. So there's 100 applicants to a solicitation. Anywhere from on average 10 to 20% would receive an award, and so those are just ballpark numbers, I would say becoming more competitive over time. And the number is probably closer to 10% for most agencies. A lot of that has to do with people using AI or things to just submit any application that may not be as competitive, particularly if you don't really tweak the AI application. And so, that's not something we, of course, recommend just solely relying on artificial intelligence to submit an application. Obviously, there are techniques and things to do some research, but a full-blown application will still require a lot of manual actual writing and tweaking. So there are also phase twos. So after a phase one, you can apply to phase two, and those are typically more for the prototype development stage and can be up to 24 months and are typically in a range of $750,000 to $2 million. And the reason those award rates are higher is because most companies have already received a phase one, and so they've kind of either ironed out some uncertainty or have made enough progress to show that it's worth investing into the phase two of that technology. I will say there is the ability to go directly to phase two if you think your technology is at a stage where that's warranted, but it becomes more difficult and competitive and the case really needs to be made for that. And so it's the award rates go back down to about 10% if you're applying directly to phase two. So it's a very just as competitive process as applying to say phase one. And then there is phase three, which is sort of the commercialization phase. There have been some new mechanisms to provide additional funding beyond phase two. We can talk a little bit about those later, but those are fairly new with the new reauthorization. So typically phase two is kind of the end stage when it comes to government funding for an SBIR. And you can apply to multiple SBIRs though. And so we'll talk, I think Rami will talk a little bit about that. You can't just apply for the same exact, you can apply for a different, angle of a technology. You can have, one technology and apply for say different aspects of that technology, but that would require a different application. So yep, that basically covers that. Direct. So yeah, I know questions have been asked, but if there are any sort of immediate questions, we can kind of try to answer it. Yeah.
So let's say you're essentially ready to go directly to phase two.
Yeah.
To increase your chances, would you recommend going ahead and trying for a phase one? Still have a couple of milestones, like 6-month window, and then roll in phase two.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a clear yes or no answer to that. It's it's very case by case dependent. I think in general they're going to put a lot more scrutiny on a direct to phase two. So if you're kind of on that edge, it's never going to hurt to apply to the phase one and say you get it, you achieve the objectives, and then you jump right into the phase two. It's just how tolerant are you of kind of waiting for getting phase two money. But if you have the ability to kind of wait and do it slowly, that makes sense. If you say already have a technology that's very well developed though, and already, like you mentioned, other customers are using a technology, you're just making tweaks for a certain solicitation, maybe the phase two direct makes more sense.
Out of those 11 agencies for the phase one grants, in this case, okay, it's not the contract, but the grants, are all 11 agencies currently offering active opportunities?
I think they're at different stages, and so that's, I guess, the real quick answer. So yeah, they're still trying to release them. I know like NASA came out with some right away, and the NIH is still, more or less slowly posting things. So yeah, it's been a bit of a trickling effect here. So
yeah, I'll add to that. NIH just actually came out with their solicitation, I think like a day or two ago. NSF, their solicitation is now fully active on their website. We're still waiting for a few more. I think like DOE, they notoriously take long. Trying to think who else. I think the other agencies I would say that I have not mentioned earlier, they're still actively trying to put out for the solicitation, so we'll certainly keep an eye. One I do have a question with me, and this is solicitation, I did see LinkedIn posts where they said some buildings are broken, and they're gonna update the solicitation. So do you have any, like, insights on that? You said some of the links were broken? Yeah. Oh, interesting, I mean, I would be able to access that, so it's fine. I did see some really posts. I was able to click on every single link, but they said, we're gonna, update the subscription in some way. I have no idea on what way, but. Okay, let's talk one-on-one now. Sure.
Yeah,
Are you gonna discuss the different funding levels of the different agencies in terms of the total amount of funding each agency has available for SBIR grants?
we have a slide specifically on that, but we could,
Yeah, I can show one of the appendix.
maybe it's in the appendix, yeah.
And then I was gonna ask, as you advise companies in the state, do you have any idea on how many companies initially received SBIR funding and then are able to successfully pursue, venture capital or equity investment afterwards to grow their business?
I remember a statistics, maybe not on this slide, but it's like 1 in 9, if you get an SBIR, you'll end up going on to get equity funding. And that might mean they didn't need equity funding, maybe they went out of business, or, maybe just, the SBIR was enough and they got acquired, so it's kind of hard to know, but.
I'm just sort of thinking if you envision that as a successful path for growing a business, that first the company gets an SBIR grant and then they grow to get further private investment.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the main goals of the SBIR program, but it's not, the end all be all. And just because you get equity doesn't mean the company is successful, it just means someone is interested in your company to invest in it, so. Yeah.
You said that you guys have you guys are confidential.
Yeah.
Does that mean that what's the like patents? You guys
Yeah.
have like an NDA or is it an assumed NDA?
Yeah, so when it comes, by being a client of ours, we just have a built-in NDA, so if you could share your whole proposal with us, we will not share it with anyone, outside of SBTDC. We don't have in-house legal counsel that we can say review a patent for you or go over your patent strategies. We can refer you to people, and John will be, coming here later today and give a brief overview of IP strategies, but if that answers your question.
No, and in regards to like patents, because you can expose something to the public by
Right.
telling someone something, so unless there's an NDA.
Yeah, so yeah, you share something with us, and we would not be disclosing it further, so that's, from my understanding, it would be okay, but I think it'd be better to maybe ask that question to John when he's here, because he'll give you 100% certainty. Yeah. And obviously, if you'll, only share what you're absolutely comfortable with, I don't need to share your provisional patents, We're not, we're a technical team, but it's not always required that we understand kind of the mechanisms of all the technical details of the technologies. So I think we're gonna transition to Ramya and kind of continue the slides, but feel free to keep asking.
Alright, so we saw some great information from Keith earlier. What I'll be talking about is the overall application process for SBIR and STTR and how you can implement a multi-product submission strategy. Additionally, I'll be giving some more context after the recent SBIR and STTR reauthorization, and then I'll end with some supplemental funding opportunities that you can take advantage of. Okay. So here we break down the application process into 12 weeks. The first week is really devoted towards understanding the SBIR STTR program as a whole. What are the differences between SBIR and STTR? What are the differences between grant and contracts, and doing a past award search on SBIR.gov, which I will show you in just a few slides.
Then you start reaching out to program managers in the second week. So how you do that is you prepare a one pager or pre-application as is quoted here. And you send that over to the appropriate program managers to have a look and kind of let you know what your eligibility looks like in the SBIR or STTR program. Of course, you want to make sure you have all the information you need through the solicitations and the agency websites. And then you spend the last chunk of time preparing your SBIR proposal and submitting that. So we have a 12-week proposal preparation guide on our website. It is linked here. So when we share the slides with you, you are welcome to click on that and just browse it. Okay. So if you go onto sbir.gov/awards, you'll get a page that looks just like this. What I like to recommend is playing around with the keyword search and kind of seeing what comes up. So any keywords that relate to your business, your technology, the R&D that you're working on, you can type them into the keyword search bar and see what comes up. So we're going to zoom in a little bit here to kind of show you what the results look like. So you'll see on the bottom, there's one box that tells you if it was an SBIR or STTR award, whether it was a phase 1 or phase 2, what year the award was given out, and what the awarding agency was. So if you actually click on the award title, so I'm hovering with the mouse over there, you can actually be taken to an abstract that further describes the R&D that was proposed. Unfortunately, you can't see the full proposal that was submitted. All you can really see is the abstract. So you'll get more information on that, along with who the primary point of contact is in case you want to reach out to that person. They provide phone number and email for both the business contact and the primary investigator or PI. I think that was all I had on that. So moving on to the second week. So here, if you go on to SBIR.gov, again, the link to the page that I'm showing you is on the very bottom of the slide. You can see this sort of matrix on your screen that shows all the different agencies. So this will give you an opportunity to click on each agency. You'll be directed to their website. You can download the solicitations and really get a sense of what they look for in technologies. So I used the term pre-application earlier. So what I meant by that,
It's a good one. So, on the STTR side of the house, how do you search for, the USDA if it doesn't show up for one?
Oh, yeah, thanks for asking the question.
What's the secret?
The secret is, so I'll actually go back a few slides so I can kind of walk through it. So you'll notice that there are some search parameters on the left-hand side. You can actually filter by the agency. So you'll notice that up here, Department of Agriculture is there. You can click on that and get all the USDA awards for all these different companies. You can either you can even filter by whether it's phase 1 or phase 2. You can even filter by the year the award was given. They have options dating back all the way to 90. So if you want to go that far back, you can check that box. But yeah, there are a lot of different search bars on the side, so you can play around with the different filters and see what comes up. In addition to doing that keyword search.
And is it grant.gov or SBIR.gov?
SBIR.
So if you filter by award year 2026, that'll give you active for USDA.
Yeah, and if you want to see all the companies in North Carolina that have gotten SBIR funding either this year or any previous year, you can even check the North Carolina box. It'll have an option where you can filter by state. So that's a unique thing that in the back.
Yeah, I think I missed it. How do we get to this page?
Yeah, so I'm gonna just backtrack here. So the link to that page is down here on the slide, sbir.gov/reports. Yeah.
Sorry, it's a question. Now, The purpose of searching past awards, is that to like make sure that whatever you're working on has already been awarded? Or what's the kind of new process? What's the higher level purpose of checking prior?
Yeah, glad you asked that question, so. Why we recommend this past award search is to kind of, for you to kind of do a self-assessment of your eligibility. So, if you see that companies like yours have gotten SBIR awards in the past, then that could indicate to you, maybe I'm a good fit. And the next step from there, once you have that self-assessment done, you can start reaching out to the program managers or submitting your pre-applications, depending on what agency that you're targeting. Yeah.
Can you share those slides afterwards?
Yeah, we will do that. I'm gonna move forward here to this slide. So, two agencies you should take note of, NSF and DOE, they have their own unique pre-application processes. So for NSF, you'll have to submit a project pitch first. And you have to get a formal invitation from the program manager that you are invited to submit a phase 1 proposal. So make sure that you do this step first. You can't submit a phase 1 proposal without doing the project pitch first. For Department of Energy, they might end up getting rid of this requirement, but in case they don't, they usually require that you submit a letter of intent. So the differences between project pitch and letter of intent. Project pitch, of course, is unique to NSF, but what it really entails is 4 key things. So the first thing that it entails is a description of the technology that's being developed. Second thing, outlining your technical objectives, any challenges that may come up as you're performing your R&D. The third component would be the market opportunity, so talking about who your customers are, what are their pain points, how can you address those pain points, and finally just giving a brief background about the company, who's on your team, and how each person on your team is going to contribute to phase 1 R&D. So keep in mind that with NSF they have character limits, so if you exceed that, it is not going to be included in your project pitch. So make sure that you stay within the character limits as you are submitting that project pitch over. And the unique thing about submitting the project pitch is that it automatically gets directed to the appropriate program manager. So NSF is pretty broad. They have program managers for agricultural technologies, medical devices, AI, robotics, you name it. They even have a program manager for other technologies if you don't fit in any of their buckets. So you don't need to worry about contacting a specific program manager. All you have to indicate when you submit your project pitch is which category you think you fall under, and your pitch will be automatically routed to that program manager. With the letter of intent, similar process here. The only difference is that you're essentially putting together a 500-word abstract of your R&D and why it's a good fit for DOE. So again, same thing here, you're gonna be kind of filtering out which program within the DOE you're gonna be a good fit for. So they have like fossil energy, they have nuclear energy, physics, a lot of different topics like that. So you'll have to let them know which topic you think you're a good fit for, and then they'll send your letter of intent over to the appropriate program manager. Yeah.
Quick question, if you already have some ongoing NSF or DOE project funded by certain program, should you reach out to those program managers, or you were talking about different program managers?
So if you have an ongoing project, just reach out to the program manager that you've been in contact with. I would imagine that if you have an ongoing project, you've probably received an email from them or you have already spoken to them. But if this is a completely new project that you're proposing, then you would kind of have to, start from the project pitch. And then once you find out who your program manager is, after you submit that project pitch, because, they'll send you back an email from that specific program manager saying if you were invited or not to submit a full proposal. Then if you have any other questions regarding your submission, then you can reach out to that specific. Alright. So if you're not going through NSF or DOE, chances are you're putting together a one pager that looks something like this. So you have 3 main paragraphs in this one pager. So the first paragraph is talking about the significance of the problem you're solving, who is affected by this problem, what are the current solutions that are out there, and why these current solutions don't really work. Then you talk about your product. So, quick description about what your product is. You outline your R&D objectives or specific gains, and giving clear details as to how you plan on accomplishing each aim or objective, how long it's going to take, what success look like. And then finally, the third paragraph, you talk about your expected achievements in phase 1. So essentially, it kind of ties into what the overall impact of your product is going to be after you complete phase 1. So if it's something health related, you would talk about the overall, say, increasing quality of life. Or if it's military related, say that you have developed a protective gear for the military. And say, how could this maybe save soldiers' lives? So that's just a small number of examples, but as long as you tie it to a broader societal impact, that's really what they like to see. Okay, so this is a quad chart. This is what the Department of Defense or Department of War likes to see here. So how they structure this quad chart is what you see on the screen here. You talk about the stage of development your technology is in, give a brief introduction to your company, talk about the research needs, so why you're seeking SBIR or STTR funding from the Department of War, and then the overall opportunity, so who your customers are and how you can solve their problem. So we highlighted a multi-product submission strategy earlier in the presentation, but I'll kind of just break it down here. So what we recommend is that you have a technology platform and you can stem different products or services from that platform. Or you can have different use cases for the technology. That's another way to look at it. So for each product or service or,
Sorry, one question from before, the one pager. Are the program managers under any obligation to respond back?
They have to.
Okay, and then, based on their feedback, you can incorporate it or, the final reviewer, is the program manager also part of the team as the final reviewer? Once the grant is submitted?
In a lot of cases, they are not. NIH, I know that they have like their own set of scientific reviewers that, meet up multiple times to review your proposal and put all their feedback together. And then they send that feedback over to you. So, more times than not, the program manager is not going to be one of the reviewers. Yeah, we have a question here.
So with that, talking with the program managers, a few of them during that CSUN week, they described the review process, which is different. There's differences for each organization, but there's a lot of similarities. And so what they do is they have a core of dedicated reviewers, but then they also have some volunteer reviewers as well. And one of the things they suggested, if you really want to know how the system works, volunteer to be a reviewer.
Yeah, I agree with that. We have one more question?
I'm not sure if you say is that how do you find program managers?
Okay, so the link on the bottom shows you all of the agency contacts. For NIH, it's gonna be a little bit different because they have like different sub programs within them. So like they have child health, human development, allergy, infectious disease, etc. So if you need like a specific list of program managers that you're not really seeing by going to that website, just let us know and we can send that to you. But yeah, this is a pretty broad list, just like one contact per agency. Okay. I don't think I finished this thought, so I'm gonna finish what I was saying here. So with different products or services or use cases for your technology, you want to make sure that you identify the agency that closely correlates to each product or service or use case. So for example, if you are working on a medical device and maybe you have like different indications for which the medical device can be used. Say it can be used to treat like Alzheimer's, maybe like an infectious disease. You know, at that point you can target multiple opportunities with IH for each use case. So the idea of having this multi-product submission strategy is two things. So why we do it, first of all, is to increase your chance of getting SBIR, STTR funding, because it is a competitive process. You want to make sure that to increase your chance of success, you submit more than one proposal. Number two, you want to increase your non-dilutive portfolio enough so that you look attractive to equity investors when that time comes to approach them. Okay. So a number of you had questions about the recent reauthorization, so I'll provide some context on that. So the federal government had a deadline of September 30th, 2025 to reauthorize the SBIR STTR programs. During that time, multiple acts have been proposed by Congress as a way to kind of figure out how they want SBIR STTR to look for the next few years. One of them was the Reauthorization Act of 2025. It proposed to make the SBIR STTR program permanent, so not needing reauthorization every few years. They proposed funding increases, having commercialization officers in place to kind of help out SBIR STTR awardees, broader participation in the FAST program. So that does not apply to small businesses, it more applies to economic development organizations, but they wanted those organizations in underrepresented areas to be included, essentially. And then having foreign due diligence until 2030. So if you are working with a country outside of the US that is of concern, they want to make sure that they're doing everything they can to mitigate any risks associated with national security. Then there was the Innovate Act. So unfortunately, making the program permanent was not part of it, but they did want to have what's called phase 1A funding. So for people who are new to SBIR, STTR providing $40,000 awards, they wanted to increase the attention to go towards national security and defense. So they wanted to reallocate some DoD or DoW SBIR funding to kind of address that want. They also wanted to have a maximum number of funding a company can get, so Keith highlighted this earlier. So they wanted to prevent what are called SBIR STTR bills, so small businesses that have applied for 20, 30, 40 SBIR STTR awards and want both or all of them. So they wanted to make sure that, you know, these companies are actually commercializing and are not just, you know, taking as much funding as they can get. So they wanted to set those limits. There was also the RAMP Act that was proposed by, I think, the senator from Delaware, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially it kind of parallels the SBIR STTR Reauthorization Act in a way that they're implementing the commercialization officers, having technical assistance for SBIR or STTR awardees. They wanted to also provide ICOR training. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with ICOR, it's basically a customer discovery program. They have you do a set number of interviews with potential customers, collect your findings, and share them at the end of the program. And that kind of gets you a better idea of who you should be targeting when you're ready to commercialize your technology. They also wanted to have a metrics-based assessment for SBIR or STTR awardees to make sure that they're ready to commercialize, and again, they're not just taking non-dilutive funding for the sake of it. And they also wanted to offer patent examination because, you know, that can come with pretty hefty fees, especially if you're a small business. So they wanted to make sure that you don't have to pay so much out of pocket for that. So going over the timeline of events. Oh, there we go. So because Congress failed to reauthorize the SBIR STTR by the September 30th deadline, we had a lapse. There were countless negotiations, plans to kind of incorporate SBIR STTR to other bills, and then negotiations just kept continuing through February of this year. Then we get into March. So that's when the Small Business Innovation and Economic Security Act was passed in the Senate, and then it passes through the House. Finally, we're at the point where everybody has gone through the proposal, or I guess the act, and then on April 13th, we had the program reauthorized for the next 5 years. All right, so key things to note from the Small Business Innovation and Economic Security Act, in case you are curious. So they're highlighting the importance of formal due diligence, so making sure that you don't have any sort of affiliation or investment, licensing agreement, whatever business relationship with any countries of concern. So you can see on each agency's SBI or STTR website, they list the countries of concern. I don't think they're going to be different. Depending on the agency, they'll all have the same countries of concern. Submission limits, that's where each agency will have differences. So they'll tell you how much funding or how many proposals that you can submit at a time. So I think NSF and NIH have published that in their solicitations. We're still waiting on the other agencies to tell us what that is going to look like. Strategic breakthrough funding. So this is something that NSF has just offered a few days ago. And I think their funding is going to be 40 million, if I'm not mistaken. But this was something that was introduced in S3971, as I will refer to this act, just for the time being. So that's another key update that is in this act. And then finally, changes to TABA, or the Technical and Business Development Assistance Program. So they did put commercialization officers in place. They have phase 1 and phase 2 worries still eligible. They were always eligible for TABA. Now they're including direct to phase 2 and strategic breakthrough funding awardees as well. So that's something to take away here. Yeah.
So it's the SBF, the new funding mechanism, is that basically almost like a super grant? So you're giving it across 4 years and you're gonna get to receive whatever the injection is across.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Isn't that the one that requires some matching external funding?
I believe it does. So you will have to check the solicitation and see how much you need to match. I don't think it's gonna be all, but. Okay, and we have a newsletter where we talk about these updates in more detail if you want to look at that.
How do we access the newsletter?
Oh, it's linked below. So when we send over the slides, you can click on the link down there. Okay. So we're going to talk about how to write a competitive SBIR proposal. So the first criteria, so each agency kind of has different definitions of these criteria, but I promise they're all basically the same. The first being significance, so talking about what are the pain points your customers experience, how important is the problem you're solving, who is affected by this problem or who does the problem matter to? And is there a substantial market opportunity? Innovation, making sure that you have something novel or a tested that you're bringing to the table. So we don't want to see incremental improvements. So just taking an existing technology and adding one or two new features to it, that's not what SBIR is a fan of. Highlighting the advantages of your technology over others. Is it better? Is it faster? Is it cheaper? Make sure you include that. Is there potential to generate IP? Or if there's IP already in place, that is a plus. And understanding who your competition is, that's important when you highlight if your technology is better or faster or cheaper. So one thing to keep in mind for this section. So for your approach, you want to make sure you have a clear research plan. Oh, yeah, we have a question.
Yeah, regarding the not incremental, depending on areas of the economy and so on, there will be people that for them 3% improvement is amazing, there would be other people that 2x is uninteresting. So how do you coach that?
I think, it ultimately comes down to when you're reaching out to the program managers and sending out your pager. So sometimes depending on who you reach out to, they will want to talk to you further about what your technology is, why it's a novel, why it could be a fit for SBIR or STTR. So as long as you can make the argument that even if it is like 3% better than what's already out there, that what you're doing has some sort of degree of novelty to it. Yeah.
So, as for the novelty, you imagine, wounding. And the market is already saturated, we have too many products, but we have something and that our approach is novel. We have a product that has novelty, can we apply for type of grants for that, or, it's a topic that's already saturated, but the approach has not.
I think there could be an argument made there. It all depends on your wording. So when you're reaching out to the program managers, when you're putting the proposal together, as long as you can kind of demonstrate like, yeah, the product itself is maybe not new, but what we're doing with it has not been done before. That could, still, make you eligible for SBIRs. So then one more piece of criteria to keep in mind, you want to have your team or investigators with a mix of technical and business development experience. We highlighted research management as support roles as well. That's all to say that you need to make sure that the team is well balanced, that they're not purely scientific or they're not purely business oriented. You want to have people with subject matter expertise that are, of course, familiar with the technology and what it's doing, but you also want to have people who understand what it takes to commercialize the technology. So it doesn't have to be people that are internal to your team. You can have like external consultants or advisors that you're working with, whether it's subject matter expertise or business development expertise. I've seen solo founders who have mentioned external consultants or advisors that they're working with and they have been successful with SBIR or STTR funding. So that could be you too. Okay, but yeah, I talked about surrounding your, yeah.
Yeah, quick question for the previous slide, the advisors. Is there a limit as to how many we have as a company? Working the team together?
I don't think there's a strict limit to that. As long as you can kind of stay under that 500 limit, I would imagine, like, as long as it's not just you and then like 500 other people working with you, then you should be good. Okay. So talking about the environment, all of this is to say to make sure that you have the right facilities and equipment to carry out your R&D. Because without it, you don't really have the product or service that you develop. Oh, and making sure that all the scientific people on your team or scientific advisors, they have the necessary subject matter expertise to help carry out the R&D. So next week we'll have Eisner Amber coming in to talk about the logistics of creating your budget, but here are a few key highlights. The budget is broken down into direct costs, so anything that's directly attributable to your R&D, maybe purchasing equipment, or purchasing equipment that is related to the R&D you're doing. That could be a direct cost. Indirect costs that really translates to keeping lights on, not really attributable to R&D, but still important. So you can include that in your budget. And then having a 7% fee or profit, we always request that you do this because how you use that funding, as long as it's commercialization related, that is up to you. So make sure that you request that 7%. So we are talking about who reviews your proposal. So that's a mix of academic and business experts. NIH, I will say that, you know, for the most part, they have like purely academic people, but I've heard a few instances where they did have like some people with business background on that panel as well. I know NSF is more of a balanced mix. So it really depends on the agency, but overall it's a mix of people with academic and business expertise. So I talked about TABA earlier. You're probably wondering what that is. That is technical and business development assistance. So they provide funding to phase 1 and phase 2 awardees for anything that's commercialization related. Make sure that you request this on your SBIR STTR application. You know, more money is always good. So phase 1, they offer up to $6,500 of commercialization funding. Phase 2, that of course increases to up to $50,000. And there are agency differences, but you know, most if not all of these agencies have the amounts listed as phase 1 and phase 2 have money. All right, and for the icing on the cake, and we will have Chris Schmidt coming in later today to talk about this program further, but it's called the One North Carolina Small Business Program. The overall goal is to increase the number of SBIR or STTR phase 1 awards, and kind of bridge that gap between phase 1 and phase 2, because sometimes that can take a while after you've submitted a phase 1 proposal. It can take about 6 to 12 months just to hear back about the award. So, you know, programs like the One North Carolina program come in to kind of give you some additional funding to help you through that gap. So they have 2 different programs. One is called the incentive program, which is just a reimbursement of preparing your proposal. So what you do is to show them evidence that you have submitted it, and you show evidence of a financial transaction as well, whether you've paid yourself to write the proposal or whether you have hired an external consultant to do that. There's also the match program. So this essentially provides up to a 50% match of your SBIR or STTR award, which could translate to up to $75,000. So by showing the One North Carolina Small Business Program that you have gotten the award, that is your ticket to apply. And this is, of course, like TABA, not limited to R&D expenses. So as long as it is commercialization related, you can spend that funding however you want. All right, So if you're interested in additional opportunities for funding outside of SBI or STTR, we've listed some here. So if you are an academic professional or faculty member at a university that is working on translating a technology, NC Innovation is a great program that offers funding for university spinouts, as long as you can demonstrate that you are at a technology readiness level between 3 and 6. The more information can be found on their website. Even if you are not a university person or faculty member, oftentimes you can partner with one and serve as a subcontractor or sub-awardee. So if you are looking to partner with the university and pursue NC Innovation, I've seen that happen before. It is more common than you think. So there's also the NC Biotech Center. So if you are a life science startup and want to receive funding, there is a small business research loan or SRL and the strategic growth loan or SGL. Those are available for startups. If you are translating a technology out of a university, they also offer the translational research grant and flash grants, which are much smaller, but can still help you. Yeah.
Good question, do you need to have IB ready in order to qualify for this kind of call or no?
Okay, good question. It would be good to show evidence that you are generating IP, or at least like let them know that, you know, there's gonna be a patent filed pretty soon. NC Innovation, you may have to enter like a joint agreement for the IP if you are a startup and are partnering with the university, just so that, you know, university owned IP is just not, you know, getting all mixed up and, you know, getting into the wrong hands. They want to make sure that you go through the appropriate legal process to make sure that, you know, your startup, you know, has a share of that technology. So very important to keep in mind. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Do you have to be incorporated in North Carolina to qualify for LLPs, or do you need incorporated in Delaware?
Just have the physical presence in North Carolina. You can be incorporated in Delaware. It's very common for North Carolina startups to have that. Okay. Oh, there's also NC Idea. They're actually opening up their grants on July 27th, if you're interested in that. The micro grant is for earlier stage companies that are not really close to making revenue yet, probably need some more time to flush out the product service that they're developing. It's a $10,000 grant. Sounds kind of small compared to SBI or STTR, but something that you should still take advantage of. Yeah,
When did you say that?
July 27th. There's also the seed grant for those companies that are further along. Maybe either close to getting revenue or starting to make revenue. That's $50,000. So if you are at that stage, you are welcome to apply for the seed grant. NC Idea, they favor technologies that have a short timeline to commercialization. So if you're therapeutic or like in the pharma space, more often than not, they're probably not gonna want to provide that sort of funding to you. But you know, they have provided funding to like medical devices with like a 2 to 3 year development timeline. So if you fall within that bucket, you could be eligible for NC Idea. And then the SBA offers various loans that you can look into if that's something that interests you. So everything mentioned, there's a link associated that you can check them out for more information, and of course we're here to answer any more of your questions. Okay, so we're running out of time here, so I'm just gonna breeze through the next few slides. These SBI or STTR agencies like NIH also offer alternative grant opportunities that small businesses can apply for. Grants.gov also posts small business grants on their site. DARPA, which is part of DoD or DOW, they have various R&D grant opportunities. USDA offers some grants as well. So some resources to explore whether you're applying for SBIR, STTR or not. We have a lot of different options that you can look into. All the resource pages are linked here if you want to have a look. I'll just try to take as little time as possible on this slide, but key things to take away here. Of course, we highly recommend that you take advantage of this non-dilutive R&D funding mechanism known as SBIR, SBTR. Make sure that you demonstrate that your R&D is innovative and is addressing a significant market need. Make sure that you do your homework, looking at previous awards, solicitations, and agency information. Have a multi-award or multi-product submission strategy. That will certainly increase your chances of getting funding. Take advantage of TABA and the One North Carolina programs. Keep up with the federal trends. I know we still have 5 years until SBIR SBTR is reauthorized again, but if 5 years has passed and we undergo the same thing that we have got for this year, just make sure you stay on top of the news and plan your funding accordingly. So, oh yeah.
Can I ask a dumb question?
I don't think it's a dumb question.
Okay, wait till you hear. I'm kidding. Multi-product, again, is that separate applications for different products, for different multi-missions, or all under one?
So those are separate proposals that can be submitted. And make sure that they're as different from each other as possible.
Yeah, I have a question. So the maximum amount of money for NSF phase 1 is 305K. You showed the slide with the 7% profit fee and the NAVA funding. Both of that on top of, like, is it 305K plus the 7% profit fee plus the NAVA on top of that? Or is that all of that is inclusive of the 305K?
Okay, so there's some small differences. The 7% will be 7% of the 305K. TABA is in addition to the 305K. Then, of course, the North Carolina program also in addition. Okay, so we're a little bit over time. QR code is here to take a quick survey. Let us know what you thought of the presentation, and of course, Keith and I are here to answer any more questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see John? Oh, there you go. Thank you. So yeah, I guess we can go right into John. Unstuck, I'll get it set up. I think we were gonna do you can take a break if you need, but we were gonna just jump right into John Rudd's talk here, and then after have a break. And I'll make a second plug for this. If we do appreciate the feedback, so good, bad, or ugly stuff, we like the feedback. Hey, great, thank you. Slides. We'll use that. Forward. So, hey everybody, my name is John Rudd. I'm a corporate partner at Hutchison. We're a boutique law firm in Raleigh that represent primarily tech and life science startups and the investors that fund those companies. I'm a corporate lawyer, and so I'll primarily be talking about corporate items, sort of forming companies, some of the early stage funding, and some corporate governance topics. But our law firm tries to provide kind of all the business law advice that a startup might need. So employment, tax, IP, things like that as well. So it's always a little tough in a audience like this to try and pick out sort of legal topics that everyone will find interesting, just because I have no idea kind of where the various people are in their startup journey. So I've chosen a few and sort of, hopefully at least you find something useful in this presentation. So we'll start right at the beginning, right? Get a lot of questions about this. A lot of people come to us when they've just got an idea, when they've been talking about it with other co-founders or just thinking about it by themselves. And they think, I want to take the sort of formal step to finally actually form a company around this idea. And so, essentially, I get these kind of three main questions. One of them is, should I do a corporation or an LLC? And just to be clear, you'll see that that the second question is, should I be a C Corp or an S Corp or a partnership? But those are actually tax classifications as opposed to legal ones. So those are actually two separate questions. It's important to make sure that you have come to the right solution on both of those. So, the first one, should I be a corporation or an LLC? I believe my next slide has some more detail about this, but, essentially both of those are entities that are limited liability. So you're only liable up to the amount of the capital that you put into the company. That's really important because in the event that you are sued or you go bankrupt or something like that, it's really important to have your personal liability limited by the amount that's been invested into whatever that entity is. And so, corporations, LLCs, both of those limit your liability, but they are fundamentally different in the way that they're governed and set up. And so LLCs are really flexible. You can do kind of anything and everything that you can think about setting up the voting rights and governance and economic rights. And so there are some situations where these are really good and really flexible, and I like to use them. But the flexibility is also a pitfall because they are so flexible, there's not a lot of default rules. And so I generally want to get really good legal advice sort of anytime you take a corporate action with an LLC. Corporations are really different. They have a lot of default rules that are set up by the corporate statute, and just generally I see people run into less pitfalls when they've done a lot of the work around a corporation themselves than when they've done a lot of the work around an LLC. So the next question is that I often get is, what should my tax classification be? Right. And so as a C Corp, that's your kind of standard tax classification for a corporation. That means the corporation pays tax and any amount of cash or assets that's distributed out of the corporation to its stockholders, the stockholders also pay cash. So that's the double tax that you might have heard of. An S Corp, that's the other way that a corporation can be taxed, or actually an LLC. And that makes it a pass-through, where you say that, so there's no tax at the corporate level. Instead, when you all of the gains and losses flow through directly to the stockholders. And this can be really good in some situations, especially if you have a lot of cash that you are distributing out on a pretty frequent basis. It can be bad in others because a lot of investors don't want to invest in an S Corp. A lot of them cannot invest in an S Corp because only individuals can be stockholders of an S Corp. So if you had an investor that had an LLC or some kind of fund they wanted to make the investment through, it's not possible if your company is an S Corp. And then, so when it comes to a corporation, those are the two main choices. When it comes to an LLC, like I was saying before, LLCs are really flexible. So you could have an LLC tax as a C Corp. You could have an LLC tax as an S Corp. You can have an LLC tax as a partnership. Now, the default tax classification for an LLC is a partnership. And that is very similar to what I was talking about an S Corp, where there's no taxation paid. There aren't any taxes paid at the company level. It's all paid out through the it is all passed through to the members of that LLC. So for instance, my law firm is an LLC. And that's because we don't have a lot of fixed assets. The sort of cash that we get in, we're paying out to the firms. And so you don't want, in that case, to be paying tax once at the company level, and then again when you're kind of paying people on a monthly basis. On the other hand, a lot of our clients and a lot of technology businesses generally, they're taking all the cash and they're reinvesting it into the business to buy additional property, to hire new employees, those kind of things. And in that case, you don't necessarily care about the double tax because you're not actually distributing any of the taxes to any of the cash to the stockholders. And so I will say sort of most of my clients never run into this problem because they're never paying out cash. They're sort of taking it and they're reinvesting it into the business. And that's not to say that that's the right choice for you, but that is that's the kind of main thing in my mind that drives the difference. The other thing that can really point towards a certain tax classification is some investors, and if you think you're going to be raising money from professional investors, sort of funds or things like that, this is especially true of them. They will only make an investment into a C corp. So kind of all those other things we're talking about that might point towards an LLC or a C corp kind of doesn't matter because if you want to raise money from certain investors, you're going to have to be a C corp. And then the last question that I often get is, where should I form the company? Should I form it in North Carolina? Should I form it in Delaware? Recently, I've been getting questions, should I form it in Texas? Should I form it in Nevada? Because more states are becoming they're trying to become places that are popular for people to incorporate. The reason to incorporate in Delaware is a couple. One is no one has ever had a problem with the Delaware court. That's sort of every investor, no matter what state they live in, which country they live in, and more importantly, none of the investors or attorneys are going to be unfamiliar with the Delaware corporation. They're going to know the rules of the road there. They're going to be comfortable with that. The other really great thing about the Delaware corporations is their Secretary of State is really, really fast. And this may seem something that is not important, but when you are raising money, it's really great to be able to have all the documents file your charter with the Secretary of State, get it back in an hour or two, and close on the same day. In North Carolina, that's harder to do. The fastest that you can get the Secretary of State to turn something around is the same day, and you have to file before noon, and they'll guarantee it back before. So there's just not as much pace there. And sort of the more complicated transactions you get into, it's possible that you might need to file more than once. And so, that's why Delaware's, I would say, most of my clients, they do not incorporate in North Carolina and incorporate in Delaware. Now, the advantage is North Carolina is it's a little bit cheaper. On an annual basis, you'll save probably, $500, $600 because the annual fees are lower. And even if you were to incorporate it in Delaware, you'd also have to make a filing in North Carolina to register the company here. And so you're paying both states. Now, the annual filing fee for North Carolina is lower, but you are saving some on an annual basis. And so that can be something that people think about, that, maybe they'll end up as a Delaware company eventually, but it kind of makes sense. Stars in North Carolina. Now, importantly, you can change all of these things. That you could start out as an LLC,
or you could start out as a North Carolina LLC, and it's really easy to go to a Delaware C corp. You can start out, so it's not that hard to change them. It can be a little bit more difficult to change in or out of an S corp, but it's possible to do that too. And so that's all to say that, you know, if you've already formed a company, if you've already sort of done that, and you're thinking, well, hey, he's saying I shouldn't have done that, you know, a lot of people come to us with a company that is formed, and my advice is normally, well, you know, let's wait and see if an investor is going to require you to change any of these things. If and then we can do it then. There's sort of like no need to go and spend a lot of money to convert now. And so this is when I, you know, these answers are the way that I would answer someone who doesn't have an entity form, that's just coming in thinking, hey, I'm thinking about doing it, and these are the things I think about. On my next slide is just a little bit more of a sort of comparison side by side, and these are already kind of things I talked about on the last slide, but just to give you an idea of kind of what the different things are, right? So the first bullet point, this is not something that I was talking about before because it's not actually an entity. So it's a sole proprietorship. That's essentially you doing business as yourself. Your liability is unlimited. So I don't recommend that as a method of doing business, just because you want to, it's just so easy to form one of these entities and to limit your liability. You know, the advantage is the tax is really simple. There's just a schedule that you attach to your own personal taxes. And so, you know, that's one of the reasons that people sometimes choose to do this. Like I was talking about an LLC, right? That's a limited liability for the members. And the default, that's only one level of tax. So the company doesn't pay taxes. Instead, every member of the company, and a member is what we call the stockholders of the LLC, they receive a K-1. They have to file a K-1 as part of their taxes, but the company doesn't actually file its own taxes. That sort of getting a K-1, it can be a little bit complicated for people who aren't used to filing taxes that way. It sort of requires that you make a more complicated individual tax return, and that can be a reason not to form an LLC. Now, if you're just a solo founder and you form an LLC, then in that case, the LLC is what's called a disregarding entity. And so you aren't going to get a K-1. Instead, your taxes look a lot more like the taxes for a sole proprietorship. But if you have a multi-member LLC, then those K-1s can be, you know, a little bit complicated the first time that you do them. A C corp,
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Regarding the LLC, you mentioned limited liability.
Yeah.
I see sometimes on social media, like some lawyers talking about the case that it's possible to pierce through the protection of this limited liability.
Yeah.
And be despite this liable.
Yeah.
LLC. Can you comment that it's actually not limited?
Well,
which case can they pierce through?
Yeah, so that's called piercing the corporate veil. And so long as you have proper corporate governance inside of the LLC or inside of the corporation, that doesn't happen. So where that happens is, so in order to get the benefit of limited liability, you have to truly treat the company as its own separate legal entity. That means it should have its own bank account, that you should treat it separately so that, you know, you aren't mixing your own personal assets together with the company's assets. If you're doing things like that and kind of mixing corporation assets and operations together with your personal finances, then courts will say, well, this really isn't a separate legal entity. It's actually just you. And so because of that, it's not fair to limit someone's claim to just whatever assets happen to be in the corporation at that time. And so if you think about it, sort of if you sort of have company bank account and you just are like taking money out of it to pay your own bills and putting some money back and forth. That's the kind of thing that can get you into trouble and get the corporate bail. But that is, that's a hard thing to do. The sort of default rule is limited liability. And so, you have to be doing those kind of bad things in order for the corporate veil to be pierced.
Okay, so for the regular case, it's fine.
Okay, yeah. And I'm happy to take questions at any point. I kind of prefer that than just talking to people and hoping they're getting something out of this. So if anybody else has any questions, I'm happy to.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I have a few questions. Why investors prefer C Corp versus LLC?
May have this on a slide, but okay, so they do not want gains and losses to be passed through to them each year. So if you're having an LLC, then the investors will get a K1 that will be either profit or loss. They'll have to file that on an annual basis. They generally don't want to do that. But more importantly, there's something called qualified small business stock treatment. It's kind of like capital gains treatment, but even better, where if you have a C Corp that is engaging in a qualified trader business, which is most businesses other than real estate or professional services, and you have assets of less than $75 million, which is most companies that are seeking outside capital, especially the way they count assets, then the investor doesn't have to pay any federal income tax on the greater of $10 million or 10x their investment. Or actually, it's 15 as of July of last year. So they can save a lot on taxes, and you can only get that qualified small business stock treatment if it's a C Corp. And so investors like that. And that kind of, that potential qualified small business stock treatment outweighs the benefit of just having a single level of tax.
Thank you. And the other one is forming an LLC in North Carolina is cheaper than ever C Corp.
Absolutely.
And so what is the cost for moving from a North Carolina LLC to a Delaware C Corp? Is it going to exceed, attorney fee is going to exceed the amount of money you're going to save in the first year? Or no?
Yes. But we normally, when we do that, we normally kind of wait until there's an outside investor or some kind of other outside force that's kind of pushing you to move from North Carolina to Delaware. Most of the time, we don't think it's worth it. Unless it's a really simple LLC, we don't need maybe one or two members, because there is a lot of kind of, not only are there filing fees, but there's a legal fees. Sure. So the members of the LLC have to adopt a plan of conversion that says, each percentage ownership of the LLC turns into this number of shares of stock. There's just some complicated things that have to be filled out. And so depending on how many members there are of the LLC, it can get somewhat expensive.
Okay.
And it can make sense to just wait until you're raising money from an investor. And then we can, as step one, convert to a Delaware C Corp. And then as step two, close whatever the financing is.
And then the other thing, the last question is, so the C Corp has two levels of taxation.
Yeah.
And versus LLC that has one. The amount of two level of taxation is greater than one tax in LLC, or it's just the timing?
It's a little bit more.
Okay.
And especially it's sort of a lot more if you take into account the fact that it depends on what your corporate tax rate is and your personal tax rate is. So you're paying your corporate income tax, and that varies based on how profitable the company is. And then your own personal taxes also vary based on the year. So it's different for each different person, but yeah, you're that.
And the energy innovation grant that I've been working with, it required NC North Carolina incorporation.
I don't think that
it did. I'm not. Is that a question?
I think it requires that you do business in North Carolina and that you're present in North Carolina. I don't think it requires that you be a North Carolina.
I didn't speak that from, and innovation folks was appropriated.
Okay. Did you have a question on top of that? Or?
No, I just wasn't, it didn't seem to be an option, but maybe we just have to verify stuff. I don't know.
I just have a question. So if somebody is looking only into non-dilutive funding and not looking into VC funding. You talked about LLC that is taxed as an S corp, right? So in case the person gets, a federal grant, the money comes into the company account. So they're not taxed at that point in time, but when they take out salaries, the salaries, at that point in time, they will get taxed. But when it comes into the company account, they will get taxed, and if they reinvest it, they don't get taxed. Am I getting that right?
It is not about when you pay the tax necessarily. This is a little bit outside of my expertise as to exactly. I know there have been some issues in the past couple of years with people getting unexpected taxes in connection with SBIR and STTR grants, but what it really is about who pays the tax, not when. So if we're talking about an LLC or an S corp, it's the members or the stockholders are the ones that are paying the tax instead of the company. And so the company kind of does its books and then divvies out the gains or the losses to each of the stockholders based on their relative percentage interest in the company. And then they pay a tax when they pay their taxes for that year. So it's not a timing difference, it's a sort of who is responsible for it. Yeah. And then the last point on this slide is, there's, as I was saying, there's requirements for an S corp that are a little bit more stringent than the other types that can make it not work in some cases. So you can only have 75 stockholders in an S corp, which is normally not a problem. But for instance, this wouldn't work for a public company, right? Like I was saying, only an individual can be a member of an S corp, so there couldn't be someone that invests in your company through an LLC. Again, not necessarily a problem for everybody, but it can prevent some investment. Only U.S. citizens or foreign residents in the U.S. can invest in it. So if you had someone outside of the United States who wanted to make an investment in an S corp, they would not be able to do that as an equity investment. And the last thing that can be a problem is you're only allowed to have one class of common stock. And most times investors want something called preferred stock. So that's another reason that the S corp doesn't work. But it does have flow through taxation. So there's only one level of tax. Accountants really like S corps because I think that you can pay slightly lower self-employment tax. We're talking about like a percentage, like I think it's like 1.5%. So there, that is something that accountants do like it for that reason. If you talk to your accountant, they may recommend an S corp. And then talking a little bit more, I covered a few of these, but sort of, why would you incorporate in Delaware as opposed to North Carolina? I talked about sort of the responsiveness of the Secretary of State, but the other thing that they have, hopefully you never have to care about this, but they have a really developed case law. So if you're ever sued by your stockholders, chances are it's really clear what the law is on that point. Other states don't have as developed case law, and that's because Delaware is the place where most public companies are formed. And so there's a lot of cases that are deciding things like what are the rights of stockholders, what duties does an officer and a director owe to the stockholders. And for example, like when I was in law school, even though I went to law school in North Carolina, we mostly read Delaware case law because it's such a developed case law. Yeah.
One question: if you have registered wrong plan, yeah, and you actually relieve taxes
Yeah.
For whatever, duties, whatever, is that going to problem?
No, it's not a problem. Normally, what you want to do though is if you are living in a different state, you're probably doing business in that state. And most of the time, you're supposed to register the company as what's called a foreign corporation in that state. And it's foreign in the sense of it's not from that state. And there's normally a small filing fee you have to pay each year. And that, that's something that you're supposed to do. There's not a lot of consequences for not doing it. But you sort of, it's something that sort of as the company grows and as you kind of, grow the business, it's something that more people pay attention to. The other thing that can happen is some states, we require you to pay an income tax if you're doing business there. And so it's important to be compliant with those kind of tax events.
The registration for Secretary of State is going to be North Carolina, you have to register all there also.
Yeah, so you would, if you have a company that's formed in North Carolina, yeah, so it's registered to do business here. And then you would file something with the Texas Secretary of State that each state has a different name. I don't know what it's called in Texas, but it's essentially an authorization to do business. And that form is normally a one-page form that essentially just says, what is the name of your company and what state was it incorporated in? And then you're registered with the Secretary of State in Texas, and likely you have to pay them a couple of $100 each year to keep that registration up. And then the second bullet point here is, like I was saying before, you can convert from anything to anything else. And so, it can, however, be expensive to convert from one state to another. And so most of the time we kind of wait to do that until there's some kind of outside reason to do it. Well, lots of times it's an investor who's saying, I love the company, I love the business, I want to invest in it, but before I can, I need you to become a Delaware company. And again, that's not something that is hard to do. It's just that we often kind of wait until there's a really good reason to do so before incurring those legal expenses.
Can you also just change? Can you change a New Jersey LLC to North Carolina LLC?
Yeah, you can change. Most states have a statute that allows you to go from one state to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Why do investors want people to convert to a Delaware?
Yeah, it's mostly because, investors are scattered around the country. They might not be familiar with North Carolina law, but there are so many Delaware companies that they know that. Just because North Carolina corporate law is pretty standard, but like Florida corporate law has some kind of weird things like California corporate law does. And so investors, rather than being an expert on the corporate law of every single state, just say, hey, let's just do Delaware. Because no one's ever gotten in trouble for doing that. So thinking about, how do these work, right? Like what does it actually mean to form something, right? So you're forming a corporation, you file a certificate with the Secretary of State. We help put together some bylaws, and then you have a stockholders agreement that can cover all kinds of things. I just put some of them on there, but that's kind of when you're thinking about from a documentation perspective, what does this look like? That's one of them, and just comparing it, like what does an LLC look like? There's a certificate of formation, very similar, but you have something called an operating agreement, and these kind of contain everything that a stockholders agreement might contain, and it sets forth just the rights and privileges of the members of that LLC. And so the kind of key things are around kind of, who are the officers, or in the case of an LLC, manager, or sometimes you have a list of kind of big corporate decisions that people have to. You have to get a majority to agree on before the management can do that. Things like selling the company or selling the IP or something like that. Yeah, sure.
For a single member LLC, we're not necessarily planning seeking investment in the near term. How important is it to make a company specific operating agreement?
Yeah, so it's important to have an operating agreement because it's required by the statute. But with a single member LLC, they're pretty much boilerplate documents that if you have one from whatever services or service that incorporated you, it's probably fine. Because there's just, if you're the single member of the LLC, it doesn't really matter, right? It's just important that you have something. Yeah. Yeah, and so then thinking about it, after you form the company, what kind of things do you need to do? Still need to get an EIN. That's really important when you're applying for lots of grants, when opening a bank account. There's just lots of people that kind of use that EIN as the way to identify your company. And it's really, really simple to get an EIN. You can just go to the IRS website and get it in 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah.
So that has been my experience for 7 other prior up until this year.
Oh yeah.
So one of the two major hiccups. So the website was throwing errors.
Okay.
So previously also there used to be a domestic help support line.
Oh yeah.
That's been canceled.
Yeah.
So the only way I was able to get around this is to fax the application, but you don't have a fax machine to receive it back.
Yeah.
So you have to go and follow up a following week. So once again, this is the first time. Usually, once again, every other case, getting the EIN is the one part of company formation that works.
Yeah.
But I guess YWM, your mileage may vary. So
yeah,
it took me 3 weeks. So.
I will say that the IRS basically doesn't return your phone calls now, or it takes a very, very long time. It used to be if you had a problem, you could just call them up. There's a helpful person. When I first started doing this 15 years ago, I had, I could call someone up. They said, oh yeah, you have to fax this to us, was the answer. And it made more sense 15 years ago than it does now.
Well, what happens is there's an international helpline.
Yeah.
So you call the international helpline, but you get bounced because you're domestic.
Yeah.
The one thing is there is a help support line you can call, but it was not easily found. Let's put it that way.
But most of the time, it's just a website where you click through maybe 5 or 10 questions. They're pretty basic questions, like the name of the company, the number of employees you expect to have at the end of this year, what your classification code is. Not anything tough. And then it would just pop it out, and you get a copy of your letter too. But it doesn't all that. So that's the end of sort of formation thing. I thought I talked about, do I have time? Oh yeah. Let's do, okay. Just talk about kind of some corporate governance things kind of once the company is formed. Just talk about kind of, who are the other constituencies to help kind of understand this stakeholders, right? So we have the stockholders, right? There's the people that own the company. They don't govern it. They don't run it. If you think about this in the public company context, it makes a lot more sense because in most of your cases, you're the stockholders, you're the director, you're the officers. And so you're having to think about kind of which hat am I wearing when I'm doing different things. But stockholders, what they do is they elect the directors and they have the right to approve these extraordinary events like a sale of the company, things like that kind of thing. And then you have the directors. Those are elected by the stockholders. And the directors, they run the day-to-day operations. They oversee the management by appointing the CEO, the CFO, those kinds of things. And importantly, they have what are called fiduciary duties. So if you're acting as a director, then you have a fiduciary duty to do what's in the best interest of the company. And those are described by courts as the duty of loyalty. That means that you have to if you have a business idea or an opportunity, then you have to let the company have first gives it that opportunity. Also, you can't sort of self-deal, so you can't be on both sides of a deal where you're getting a benefit that the rest of the stockholders aren't without necessary disclosure. Duty of care is just sort of, being careful and diligent. And the duty of good faith, that's kind of an ambiguous one. It's kind of hard to separate out from the other two, but basically you have to do what's in the best interest of the company. It's the stockholder be acting in good faith, not doing what's best for yourself to the detriment of the other stockholders. And then we have the officers, and they are the people that are doing the day-to-day. So that's the CEO, that's the CFO. Those are the sort of people that are elected by board. Those people also have the fiduciary duties that I'm talking about. And so if you think about it in your private company context, right, the founders are the stockholders, they are the directors, they are the officers. So it can be confusing as to kind of exactly which role you're occupying at any time. But it is important to give some thought to that because if you're acting as a stockholder, you're allowed to act in your own best interest. You don't have to think about what's best for the other stockholders. You're acting as a director, you're acting as an officer. You have to make a decision based on what's the best interest of the company and its stockholders as a whole, not you individually. And so these are conversations that we have with clients around sort of big transactions, sort of approving a big financing, approving a sale of the company, things like that, where things can get a little bit tense. There can be disagreements between different constituencies. For example, people that invested in a company a decade ago might be willing to sell, and people that just put money in a year ago and aren't getting quite the return might not want to, right? And so you have to think about, are you acting as a stockholder where you're allowed to, just do what's best for you? Or are you acting in one of these other roles as a director and an officer where you have to think about what's best for everybody? Comparing this a little bit to an LLC, if you're in an LLC, you have members, those are like stockholders, and you have managers, and those are kind of like directors and officers kind of lumped together. And so the members, like stockholders, they're the owners, but they don't participate in the day-to-day. And their main duty is to elect the managers and then approve other kind of extraordinary events. There is another kind of LLC called a member-managed LLC that only has members and there are no managers, and the members are the owners and they run the day-to-day, and they, and so that's not what I'm talking about here. But just to let you know that is another option. Yeah.
Is that just defined by?
Yes. Yeah. And then managers, like I said, they're like officers and directors together. They kind of do both. And so they'll oversee the management, but they also will sometimes adopt an officer title. So they might be a manager, but also the CEO. One of the key differences between an LLC and a corporation is the managers may have fiduciary duties if the operating agreement imposes it on them. They don't necessarily. And so you could have an operating agreement where the managers have no duty of loyalty to the company or no duty of good faith. You would have to explicitly spell that out. But that's one of the flexibilities around an LLC. And so that's one reason, if you think about private equity firms, they're normally not setting up C corps. They're normally setting up partnerships or LLCs, in part because they have a bunch of different businesses that they're operating separately, and they don't want to have any obligation to one particular business over other that they have. And then maybe I have just one last thing to cover, and that is the stock. And I talked about this a little bit before, but we're talking about the stock that you will be issued when you form a company. These are often called founder shares. Founder shares is not a legal term. It's just kind of shorthand that we use for the shares that are issued when the company is formed. And they're kind of special because they're normally issued for a tenth or 100th of a cent per share. And so, you know, you can get them very cheaply. But also, they're also normally eligible for the qualified small business stock treatment that I was talking about, that QSBS, which can be a really great benefit to the founders because, like I said, you would not have to pay taxes on the first $15 million of gains, which is a pretty good deal. The other thing about founder shares is we always recommend that they be subject to vesting if there's more than one founder. And that's just because you never know where the business is going to be in the next 6 months or 12 months or 18 months. And what you don't want is you don't want to have, you know, 3 founders, they each agree to get a third, and then one quits after 6 months. And if there's not vesting, that person continues to own a third of the company, continues to get the benefit of all the work that the remaining founders are putting in. And so we, you know, with vesting, we normally say it should be time-based. Shares should vest over 3 or 4 years, and nothing should vest until the end of the first year. And so we're talking about, yeah, sure.
Oh, continue your thought, I have a question on
Yeah.
USBS.
Okay, yeah. So in that example that I gave, if you have 3 founders, they split it all 3 ways. One leaves after 6 months. If they have any kind of standard vesting on the shares, then the person that left walks away with nothing. Which is, I think, fair, right? Because not only should that person not be able to profit off the work of the remaining founders, but that person probably had some special skills that the other founders didn't have, that you're going to have to find somebody else to fill that spot, and you're probably going to have to issue them equity for them to agree to join. Yeah, what's your question on QSBS?
Yeah, so you said that it can't be a professional services firm.
Yeah.
What if it is a professional services firm that launches a specific piece of technology because they've done, let's say, consulting in a certain world, and they do some research and development? Should those be 2 entities, or what would be your general thoughts?
Yeah. So this is slightly outside of my area of expertise. This is a tax question about who qualified. I'll say my initial reaction to that would be much better if they were separated into separate businesses. Unless we're talking about you're selling a product and then just sort of selling some services around that product, right? Like if the sort of businesses are not the type that can be separable, then it's probably hard to do that. But if you're talking about it kind of had been one thing and now it's another, it's probably.
They should be separated. Like essentially, experts in a specific line of professional services start doing, you know, consulting work, and then they have this idea,
Yeah.
and then they kind of built it, and now it's becoming something very real.
Yeah.
So in conjunction with some research and so on. And so the question now becomes, I mean, it's entirely possible to separate because it had its very nascent stage.
Okay. Then I would say it would be a good idea to separate those, not only from a QSBS perspective, but we're thinking about going forward. If it's the kind of thing you're going to need to raise money around, it's often easier to raise money on a sort of clean investment thesis of like, I believe in this tech, and not get an investor comfortable with also the consulting services that were related to it. I think I'm at time, so.
I'm gonna say, yeah, we'll probably have to wrap up here, and but no, John, thank you for everything you got. With that, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back to talk about the One North Carolina grant money, and then our panel of startups that have been through this journey is there. And so, yes, staff is there outside. At 3:15 starting. It's hard to tell, but it's, I think you can say the future. So yes. I say all the time. Yeah, it's right. Maybe support, yes, I mean, you know. Yeah, that's. Somebody on this.
Good to see you again. I hope you still remember me.
I know. I know you were at a
Morning, it's organized, not here, but the American Society. So we might have for working together, so she professor, the school bedside, so yeah, you can see that. First of all, I mean, I'm not sure why it's too much, because this is but a thing. That's our.
I think just mentioning that there's an attachment. Yeah.
In other words, sure, they might to apply changes. You can have and go in and forget having the number law. And also try to do all capacity.
It can certainly spread the. It's not.
And also,
Yeah, so. I think they're coming after.
Yeah. He's been very happy.
Finally gonna see.
So this is an important point here. At least we don't.
missed that part.
We don't want to make a permanent mistake without deciding to do so.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying that doesn't necessarily influence our judgment, but we want to at least know.
And you're sure that we is not the.
We can ask him to be sure.
Yeah, because I'm not sure. I thought that it was a.
Let's ask him.
We need to ask him.
So his role would be in the future shareholder and.
Yeah, is an advisor.
Considering. We're sure you so validate us.
So that's very.
I do this.
Yeah, we need to think, we need to think about that. Yeah, we didn't realize. But then. Which was.
Is to. Yeah, okay. It's pretty. Absolutely. Has not one. We had another question. All over.
Okay, we're clear.
Okay, very good. Hi. People are excited for having very excited. Break up. Sorry. Okay. I know everyone's very excited. Glad to see their talks. Yeah, thank you. Someone needs to be here. We're gonna get started here, so thank you for coming back. We're gonna have Chris talk about the One North Carolina program and how you can get free money, so hopefully people are excited. Yes, thank you. So without further ado, I'll let Chris introduce One North Carolina.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I usually can talk pretty loud. Can everybody hear me? So I don't need to worry about any other audio stuff. So, okay, good. So I'm Chris Schmidt. I'm the grants manager in the Office of Science, Technology, and Innovation with the North Carolina Department of Commerce. And we run a grant program that complements the federal SBIR, STTR program. And so that's what I'm here to talk about today. A little history about the program. Our governing board, the Board of Science, Technology, and Innovation, back in 2000, early 2000s, recognized that North Carolina was not doing very well when it came to SBIR, STTR funding coming to the state. But we were ranked 34th in SBIR dollars per GDP. And they said, you know, we can do better than that. And so they worked with state policymakers and implemented the 1NC Small Business Program. And that was authorized in 2005. And then the first program ran in 2006. And I'm glad to say we have seen a significant improvement in our ranking. And we do now rank 14th as of 2023. Was the last complete report that I saw. So we are very happy about that. And the data does show that North Carolina does, our success rate in both phase 1 and phase 2 federal applications exceeds the national average. So we're very proud of that. We do like to think that the 1NC Small Business Program has something to do with that. It doesn't. There are a lot of factors, obviously, but we are one, and our grantees generally agree with that statement as well. So again, a little more history about the program. So this map shows through our 20th year, which was last year, and we've awarded over 900 awards to over 500 companies that are North Carolina-based companies, and pretty widely dispersed. We're trying really hard to hit every county in the state, but of course you can see some of the concentration around Raleigh and Durham, which certainly makes sense with RTP and the R1 universities in the area. So, but the program, there's two components. So we have an incentive program, and then we have a matching program. So the incentive program is really to encourage you to apply to the federal program. We want to see, as we like to refer to it as, you know, more shots on goal and help you apply, get more federal applications in, because we want to bring more federal dollars to North Carolina. And so the incentive program, it does that. We can reimburse a company up to $12,000 for expenses incurred preparing their federal application. And we'll get into some of the nitty gritty of eligibility and what expenses are eligible and such, but that's just a brief, what did I do? Okay, brief overview of the incentive program. And then the second component is our matching program. So once you are successful in securing a federal SBIR STTR award, then the state is glad to match a portion of that award. And so, you know, what the purpose of that is to really twofold: to make you more competitive for your phase 2 application, and also to bridge that gap. I'm sure it was probably talked about earlier today, the Valley of Death, which is where companies are operating on phase 1 funds, but their phase 2 dollars have not yet been released, or they haven't secured them yet. So the state program can kind of bridge that gap. And also the state program is very broad in eligible use of funds, unlike, as you may already know, with some of the federal programming, federal dollars are restricted. There are a lot of things that you can't use it for. So we're pretty unrestricted on that. So it's a great program in my personal opinion. So also this will just show you how we fall into the federal program, which of course is a phase 3. So our incentive comes first. Some states refer to that as their phase 0 program. And so that comes to assist you to apply to your phase 1. Once you secure your phase 1 award, then our matching program comes into play in hopes that you will then secure the big bucks from the feds with the phase 2 award. So this list are basic eligibility conditions for both components, both the incentive and both the matching. They do both have some different eligibility criteria, which we'll get into. But the main points is that you must be a for-profit small business in North Carolina. You can be incorporated outside of North Carolina. Of course, we were just heard about why most people often choose Delaware, and that's fine. You can incorporate outside of the state, but you must be registered to do business in North Carolina with the Secretary of State's office, and North Carolina must be your primary place of business. So just if you have a headquarters elsewhere, but you have a remote employee, here in North Carolina, you may not be eligible. So North Carolina really should be or has to be, per statute, your primary place of business. So also, your federal proposal that is tied to your application to our program, whatever is proposed in that, the majority of the work, meaning 51% or more of the work proposed, must be conducted in North Carolina. So again, I'm gonna bring up remote working because it's so prevalent these days. And you may be a North Carolina company, but if all your key personnel are scattered all across the country because they're working remotely for you and the work is not actually being conducted in North Carolina, then that particular proposal may not be eligible for funding with our program. So, but again, like I said, per statute, it's the majority. That's 51%. So certainly most people are collaborating with, other organizations or universities or research institutions, and that's perfectly fine if they are out of state, just as long as 51% of the work is being done here. So you must not have any overdue tax debt. That includes local, state, and federal. And you must not be on the North Carolina suspension of funding list. Most people have not heard of this list, which I'm glad, because I know you never end up on it. But this is my opportunity to impress upon you how important your reporting is, not just with the state grant, but your administration history of grants that you receive is very important. So if you fail to keep up with the required reporting with our program, you could be put on the suspension of funding list, and we don't want that to happen. And that doesn't mean then you're restricted for funding from our program. You're restricted for funding from North Carolina. So you do not want to end up on that list. And then I just have to throw this in because it is in statute, but there's a disclosure of consultants that's just a part of our application. It's not a big deal, but I have to mention it because it's a requirement. And that was implemented back in Governor Perdue days. So anyway, it's just one little spot on our application. So here is, first I got to say, does everybody see that? Criteria can change. This is our current program, fiscal year 26, which we are in right now. Today, June 1st, is the first day of the last month of our current funding round. So this will likely be changing come July 1, because normally we do see some changes in eligibility criteria, award caps, and things like that. And that's all based on our funding, and which our funding is direct appropriations from the General Assembly. So currently this year, again, remember this could change. You can see, I don't have to read slides to you, but we had a little over $2 million this year to distribute. The incentive that award cap does not change. That's in statute. So it's a maximum of $12,000. But the matching program this year, it's 50% of your federal award up to $75,000. We really would like to see that number go up. Legislatively, if we had enough funding, we could award up to $200,000 to a company. So we just unfortunately haven't had enough funding. The board is in a very delicate spot because they of course want to help as many companies across the state as possible, but also at a meaningful level. So with $2 million, that wouldn't go very far if we were giving out 200,000 to a company. So they go through every year. We go through a pretty intense projection models and things to try and figure out exactly how we can do that, help as many companies as possible, but it still be at a meaningful level. So also, due to limited funding this year, we restricted to one grant, one incentive, and one matching per company. Legislatively, we potentially could go to 2. So we would like to see that, but again, that would take more funding so we can more widely disperse the funds across the state. So the solicitation period, it always runs with the state fiscal year. Like I mentioned, July 1 will be at the beginning of our next funding opportunity, assuming we get a state budget passed. And so, but it's sounding, things are encouraging. I mean, it's sounding encouraging. So glad to say that. So the difference with the 2 programs and the dates, solicitation period is the same. However, with the incentive program, you must submit your federal application during the active solicitation period. Now with the matching program, your official notice of award or executed contract with the federal agency must fall within the active solicitation period. So any questions about that? Yes, sir.
How do you have one grant per company and then have a lifetime of 10? How do you jump?
The one per company is within this particular funding cycle, this particular fiscal year 26.
Oh, first time.
But you can apply year after year to our program until you have received the maximum lifetime count of 10. So we have a few that are getting close right now. So I don't know if we actually have any that have hit 10, maybe. I've been with the program for 4 years, so I don't have the bank like John Harden does. I think he still remembers the very first grant that was ever given of the program. So anyway, we do, this is fairly new. A couple of years ago it was implemented. Let's read submissions of your application of the incentive program. If you submitted to the feds and your proposal was not funded, and you also had submitted to our incentive program and you received reimbursement for it, if you choose to work on, revise, and resubmit to the feds again in another fiscal year, you can come back and submit to us again. It's just you will, if it's the same proposal that you improved, we will restrict the award cap to 6,000 rather than the standard 12. If you'd already been funded through us one time for the same proposal. So, and see. I can't stress that enough because sometimes I talk to companies and their previous grantees, and for whatever reason, usually what happens is, who here is in a tier 3? Does everybody know the tier designation system in North Carolina? Yes? Okay, so if you're in a tier 3 county, that often there are more restrictive eligibility criteria imposed on you. Tier 3s are the most prosperous counties in the state. And so you'll see this year, if your company was located in a tier 3 county and you had already received more than 3 matching awards from us, you were not eligible to apply this year. But that's not the same every year, but that's probably the most common thing that hangs up companies sometimes, because in my time since I've been here, I've seen that as few as if you were ever awarded by the matching program ever, like just one, then they weren't eligible in a particular year. I've seen 2, 3. So sometimes companies, they contact me to apply and they find out because they're tier 3 and they'd already received funding that particular year, depending on what the maximum count was, they weren't eligible. And then they get in their head that they just assume they're no longer eligible. So I really cannot stress enough how that can change from year to year. And the more funding that we can secure from the General Assembly, the less restrictive we have to be in our eligibility criteria.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
I think I missed something. When you say that for the incentive program, you apply for it before anything, I guess, is something. This is the procedure, I guess. And then you said it doesn't matter if it got funded or not, because then you said that if it was not approved, then you can apply again. I think I missed that. I understood originally that the award had to be given to be able to apply for the incentive program. Am I right?
No, the incentive program, the state incentive program, you can apply to get reimbursed for expenses incurred preparing your federal application, regardless of whether that federal application is awarded or not. Now, our matching program, you have to secure the federal award. So
did you exhaust the funds from this program this year since it's almost June 30th?
I think when I get one more application in, we'll exhaust all funding. I have right now a few incentive that are pending and a couple matching that are pending, but it looks like they will probably be funded. So I think I'll probably only need one more matching to exhaust funding this year. Well, wait. Oh, I take that back. I'm sorry. This just happened at our last. This just happened in the last week or two. Our people sometimes, the General Assembly members sometimes get our program confused with our parent program, which is the 1NC fund. And the 1NC fund is best known for their large corporate recruitment, but in authorization, we fall under that program. And actually, we did just talk with Commerce Fiscal about the 1NC fund to see if they had funding available. Should we exhaust all funding before the end of the year? And they do have some, so I can't, anyway, we probably will be able to fund a few more than one more application should it come in. So yes, but that does not happen very often. It's happened, I think it's the 3rd time in the history of the program that's happened. Most of the time, every year it goes by the direct appropriations from the General Assembly. So, yes, ma'am.
So I wanted to check the county status, like the Tier 3 county, and where is designated as Tier 3. So once designated, it always remains a Tier 3 county. Is it or like once in a few years change, or we have to check back or something like that?
No, that's an excellent question, and it changes, believe it or not, every year. Not every county, but there are always a handful of counties that their designation changes each year. And it's done in November of the year and becomes effective in January. So a little quirky, but I have seen it where within the same fiscal year, same funding opportunity, a company that was in a tier 3, if they're designated in November and then January, their designation changed to a tier 2, then you'll see soon how that could affect you. I mean, not only with matching eligibility, but with incentive, it impacts your reimbursement rate. So, but we're going to go by your application date, but I will throw that out there that November is when the new designations come out, and it's posted on Commerce website, very easy to find. And yes, you could change from one year to the next. Yes, sir.
What percentage of funded SBIR company that apply for the matching program get funded?
The state program, overall, our award rate is about 91%. Yeah, and that's for both matching and incentive. This year it's been a little bit off. In fact, I've been trying to figure out why. Because I think our rejection rate has been a little bit higher this year. But most often it comes down to two things. The date of submission or the date of the federal award doesn't fall within the active solicitation period. Or the other is the 51% requirement of the work being conducted in North Carolina.
You see that by 91.
91%. Yeah.
Almost all.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah. So, we're not really a competitive program because that's all the science has been vetted by the federal agency. And so we're confirming eligibility and just seeing that the work is being done in North Carolina and that sort of thing. Yes, sir.
quick question. So for the incentive program, when you say reimbursement, are you referring to you collect, or just receive everything and then send it out to you guys get reimbursed? Or you were saying when you providing a estimated budget, as shit like that? No.
And I'll get into the details of that, but it is a reimbursement program. So you have to expend the funds for that expense. Like you have to incur the expense. Yes. And I think there was another hand. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, related to that, first of all, were the founders of the companies to kind of pay themselves proposal preparation, I imagine that's allowed. And number two, when you're saying that the allocated budget is 200K, they're getting 12K each, does that mean that the total number of projects funded is less than 20?
I think right now I'm at I am this year. It varies and we do have a little bit of discretion to move funds from one program to the next if needed. We do have discretion to do that. The board does if it's needed. And we have done that before where we were. So anyway, depending on annual funding, again, we could give out 25 awards, we could give out 65 awards. It just all varies on the funding available and the award caps. So, okay, so let's get into some. Now this year was again a different. I don't know yet if this will carry over next year or not, but we did offer the businesses located in the significantly impacted areas of Helene an additional $25,000 in matching funds. And we also did not hold the they were not held to the more restrictive eligibility criteria, even if they were in a tier 3 county, because we really recognize and we're trying to help out our friends in Western North Carolina. So we're gonna get into the nitty gritty, and I'm sorry, I'm a very detail oriented person, obviously, I guess with what I do. But it is really important to kind of understand it on the front end, so you can maximize the use of the program. So how the reimbursement rate works, if you're in tier 1 or tier 2, your reimbursement rate is 75%. Therefore, you would need $16,000 of eligible expenses to qualify for the maximum award of 12. If you're in a tier 3 county, then it's a 50% reimbursement rate. And again, just remember if it's a resubmission of a proposal that has already been funded by the 1NC incentive program, then the second go round it would be restricted to a cap of 6,000. So what's eligible? This will kind of go to your point asking about, our owners, often, like you said, you may or may not be drawing a salary yet. And you're using your own investment capital, so you may not be drawing a salary yet. But the most common expense that we reimburse is for either salaries paid to the founder, their employees, for writing the proposal, or for hiring a third-party consultant to assist you with that. Or that's the most common expense that we reimburse. But again, you have to have paid it. Now, I will tell you, it gets a little bit more complicated in, I may ask for a little more documentation, but sometimes, and this is eligible if it's all done correctly and in the right time period and it makes sense and the rate is justified and such. But owner distributions, when you're not drawing a regular salary, but you may pull out, some every now and then, that potentially, if you have all of the backup documentation, that could be reimbursable if that's what's covered. If that disbursement was to cover the time that you put into writing the proposal. If that makes any sense. So this list is kind of funny to me because, as I mentioned, the program was authorized in 2005. So some of the this is directly from the statute. So some of the language is dated. But it's law, so I leave it just as is. We don't usually see typing and word processing services anymore, but it's there, and it's eligible. And so the only thing that's really a little bit tricky is the rental of space. Because if you look down here at the bottom section of what's not eligible, your indirect costs are not eligible. So then why is rent eligible? That's an indirect cost. Not necessarily. If your office space, your lab space that you're renting and leasing to operate year round, no, that's not eligible. But if you have leased dedicated space specifically for that federal proposal or the work, the aims being done in that federal proposal, then that potentially could be reimbursable. Or if you rented special equipment or, gone to Duke University to use some of their rent some equipment or lab space, something like that. I've seen that. So that could be eligible. The USPTO fees, it has to be directly related to the proposal, but also do not get confused. You'll see right down here, legal costs are not eligible. And that is correct. Your attorney's billable hours for assisting you with patent applications and maintenance are not eligible. However, those fees paid on your behalf directly to the USPTO office is eligible. Now, it's not the big dollars, but it may be a few $100 and that is reimbursable. So any questions about with the incentive program, what expenses would or would not be eligible? Yes, ma'am.
What about things like books or journal articles that, you need for research for writing a proposal?
Well, yeah, you will see, literature searches, it is eligible. I have seen it, it's not very common. But yes, it certainly would be eligible. So moving on to the matching program. So the award structure with the matching program, let's assume that you get the maximum award of $75,000 this year. Your initial payment upon approval is going to be 75% of that. So I would then cut you a check for $56,250. To qualify for the remaining 25%, you must apply. That proposal must move forward to a phase 2 application. Does not mean you have to secure a phase 2 award, but you have to have been allowed by the federal agency to apply for phase 2, shown enough progress that they invite you to apply for phase 2. So as soon as you apply for that phase 2 award, then you come back to me and say, hey, Chris, I'm ready for my remaining $18,750, and I'll be glad to give it to you. Now, only phase 1 fast tracks are eligible with the matching program. Well, with incentive program as well. North Carolina currently does not have a phase 2 program. So the only applications eligible are phase 1 and fast tracks. And again, as I mentioned, it's the notice of award or your execute contract date, which is important when it comes to the matching program. And then the eligible use of funds with the matching program. This is what everybody loves because it is pretty unrestricted. As long as it's directly related to the federal proposal, then you can use our funds for it. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, but your previous slide, when you say, fast track awards, what are fast track awards? What are you referring here to? Like SBIR award?
Yes, it's still an SBIR. So there's phase 1, there's phase 2, there's fast track, which is a 2-year award.
Okay.
There's direct to phase 2. Direct to phase 2 is not eligible.
That is this one, translation to practice. It's not that what you're referring to, right?
I'm sorry?
The translation to practice, the one before
That, no, that does,
Okay.
no, that is not eligible under our program. So yeah, so like I said, as long as it's an expense that's directly related to the federal proposal, then you can use our state funding for it. I feel like our reporting is not real cumbersome. You do have to do a status report every 6 months. It's online. I don't usually get too many complaints about our required reporting. What is really, really important is the state compliance report. That's due every year that you receive funds from us. So as I mentioned with the matching, your disbursement is likely going to come, your money is going to come in 2 disbursements. The initial 75% of your award, and then the following 25%. That often comes in 2 different years. And so each year that you receive a disbursement, then you have to complete that grant compliance report. That is exactly what can get you put on the suspension of funding list if you ignore that. Final report, you don't submit until after, even if you've completed phase 1, we still do not want you to submit that until you have received your final award status for the phase 2 application. Now, if you don't go forward with the phase 2 application, then of course you can go ahead and submit the final report. And then what happens, that second disbursement, the remaining 25% of your award gets voided. So, and yeah, we survey our companies every couple of years. It's actually been a little bit longer than that, so we try not to inundate you. And we might reach out on occasion, just it's budget time, and our General Assembly members love to hear from constituents, and grantees that are in their district. So you may hear from board members or such, to say, hey, and this will be in every award letter I send out to you. I will tell you who your representatives are and how we sure would appreciate it if you drop them a note to explain to them the impact of the program for you. So you go online, it's pretty simple, I think anyway. Go to commerce, grants and incentives, and then technology funds, and you'll find the ONESC Small Business Program. You come down to apply to programs, and then just make sure you select the correct application, because all 3 are different. The incentive application is different from an SBIR matching application, which is different from the STTR matching application. And I think that sums it up. John, did I forget anything?
Covered it. No.
Y'all have great. I look forward to talking with all of you.
Nothing's gonna change.
That's not true. We hope that the award caps are gonna go way up. That's what we hope.
I think actually you guys can bring up our channel. So you guys do have a slide. So we'll be presenting 3 previous winners of SBIR programs, and Ashley's going to lead a little bit of a discussion, and I'm sure there will be some time for follow-up questions afterwards. So just give them a minute to set up. And probably the best way to learn from those who have been in your guys' shoes and made it through the other side.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ashley Davis, Program Manager here at First Light District Center. And I have the honor of sitting with Dr. Hortense Dodo, CEO and founder of Acknowledging, Dr. Joe Sebastian, he was a former CEO or COO of Oraliva, and Dr. Reynolds, he is the founder of On the Vision. So I welcome you guys to come up. So thank you everyone for staying until the end of the session. It's great that we were able, it has been a pleasure to host today's event at First Right with our partners SBTDC. So the goal of today's panel is shifting from technical rules and looking under the hood at what it actually takes to win and manage these funds. So I'll let, starting with Joe, introduce yourself and a quick background of what you're doing and what you're doing.
Hi, everyone. Ashley told me there will be only 25 people. So I'm Joe Sebastian, and Sub-Desk the CEO of Oraliva and Chief Operating Officer. And Oraliva is a company which has a oral diagnostic test to identify oral cancer. So the company was founded by an NYU professor, John McDevitt, and he wanted to move to North Carolina. So I was introduced to him by the guy who hired me almost 30 years ago at LabCorp. If you are familiar with LabCorp, I was the lab director there and associate vice president. And he said I'd be a good candidate to take the company to the next phase. So I think you will be asking questions to me, and I'll be more than happy to answer how we got the funding, and we almost gave up, but we survived, and we are getting ready to launch our test as we speak.
Okay, Bill?
Yes, sorry, my name is Bill Reynolds, founder of On the Vision Technologies. And so my journey started from ground zero. I initially wanted to teach. I applied to teach for 2 years. Nothing sort of came to fruition. So I took my research idea and turned it into a business idea. And I started with the SBTDC and how to start a business in North Carolina, very ground zero. Then from there, what I was trying to do through that program, they suggested I reach out to NC State. They may have some technology where I wouldn't have to start from ground zero again. So that's what I did. And what we're developing is a wearable system to monitor relative changes in one's hydration. So for example, as you can see, it's getting hot and humid. Athletes are starting to train, practice in high humidity. Also, on the healthcare side, our elderly population also suffers from dehydration during hot and humid condition. So we licensed the technology from NC State, and we went through the SBIR process through the National Science Foundation. So that's sort of how we began our journey. And we are at the end of our phase 2, in a sense, looking to go to the next leap. How do you go from a prototype to manufacturing? So,
thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see many faces that I've seen before and some new faces. When you get into the SBIR cycle or circle, you tend to meet some of the same people. So thank you for having me. My name is Hortense Dodo. I am the president of Incategene. We are an agricultural biotechnology company. We are actually one of the resident companies here at First Flight. And I was previously a university professor. So just to give a little bit of background information, flagship project is on developing an allergen-free peanut plant as a solution to peanut allergy. And this started at the university. And there was a time where at one point I did a presentation to a huge audience. at the university. And there was a lady in the audience who came to me at the end of my presentation crying. Well, it turned out that 6 months prior to that presentation, she had lost a child to peanut allergy. So that was a very definite and decisive moment for me to get out of the mindset of academia where, you teach, you graduate, PhD and master's student. It's a totally different environment to think of giving a chance to the project to be on the market. So that's how I, decided to leave my very comfortable full professor university professor position to be an entrepreneur, and that's the challenge. But yeah, since then we have incorporated the company, and we have won 2, 3 phase 1 SBIR award, phase 2 award specifically with the National Science Foundation. We come back to it. Maybe something that I might want to say is the fact that I think someone before, Chris mentioned that you can get incorporated anywhere, but it's easier if you are incorporated in North Carolina when you start submitting for SBIR in this space. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do have a few questions for you all, and then we'll open to the audience. Let's start off with the federal agencies. We do know there's a widely different type of agencies such as NIH, NSF, DOD. How did you determine which agency to apply to and which specific topic was right match for you? Sorry, TJ.
Yes, so like I said, by the time we came to first flight venture center, we obtained, NYU professor had obtained about $20 million for the last 10 years from NIH and the federal agencies to reach that point. And so the good thing about, my wife is a dentist. So when you go to a dental office, if there is some kind of blood on your mouth, usually dentists will say, forget about it. Nobody cares about it. But his research was focused on if you find something unusual in your mouth, it's time to look at it very closely. So we have funding from, like I said, NIH and other agencies, and NIDCR, National Institute for NIDCR, Dental and Craniofacial Research. They are very interested in moving that field further. By the time the cancer is identified, it's oral cancer is identified, it's advanced to stage 3 or 4. And the survival rate is only 5 years. So it's important for them, if we can identify early on, that cancer can be identified, treated much earlier. So that's the reason we chose NIDCR, and they were very much enthused. The same time, I have to tell you, we submitted this grant 3 times from Oraliva, first 2 times it didn't get funded. The 3rd time we got funding for $1.2 million. Prior to that, we had, by then, I was able to convince investors to invest in our company. So we are in good shape at that, by then. But the way to choose the agency is if you know it's an issue which will be immediately identified by the program manager, yes, we need to fund this one. So that's the best way to go. With that, I'll pass it.
Sure. So prior to switching to an entrepreneurship role, I used to work for a local company where we did a lot of research for DARPA. So I was familiar with the proposal process, but DARPA to where we are now is totally different sort of a process. So when I started, I found online NSF America Seed Fund. So it sounded like a good place to start. And I had a mentor at the time who was working for NSF, but he was on the academic side. So I called, we had a meeting, and he put me in touch with some folks that were on the business side. So that's how sort of I got started. I did have to, because I was developing wearable technology, we want to do eventually test it on real things. I had to make sure that I wasn't doing a clinical trial, because NSF doesn't necessarily fund clinical studies, that's on the NIH side, so as long as I was on the non-clinical trial and developing the actual wearable device, and that's what I fell under their digital health program. So that's how I got started with the NSF.
Thank you. Yeah, so you have so many agencies, and it's really important for you to identify the best match for what it is that you're doing. So our initial research project was in peanut allergy. So we developing an allergen-free peanut. So the actual product is a plant, but the result is allergy. So we could qualify for USDA because we're working on the plants. We could also qualify for NIH because NIH have the Department for Allergy and Immunology. And we could also qualify for NSF, which is high risk, high impact type of projects. So these are the agencies that we focus on. And you talk to the program director, it's very important to be very familiar with your program director, the various program director, but very quickly they will let you know your chances of success in the program with, once you give them the details. So it turned out that it was USDA on one side and NSF. You'll be surprised, well, I'm not so surprised anymore, but NIH, although we were working on allergy, because the reviewer have to review what it is what you're doing. So if I'm giving them data on plant growth, on PCR of plant material, they wouldn't be able to really review this. So the this early stage of our work was mostly either USDA or NSF. Now that the project has matured to the fact where we are actually trying it on human beings, doing some skin prick tests or doing some clinical type of assay, then it can move to NIH. So number one, being very friendly with your program director is critical. So eventually we applied to NSF. We tried one time and it didn't go through. And then this program director will give you all sorts of review and it's like, you get depressed for the whole weekend, hide yourself under your cover and then eventually come out and try again. But very emotionally painful. But eventually, you go through it and you have to, keep your emotion low and okay. You wonder whether they actually read your project, yes or no. But anyway, so yeah, eventually we did get the first phase one, another phase one, and then we applied for phase two, and we also got the phase two. So once you start from your phase one, you provide with deliverable. So you said, phase one, you're going to have ABC. Well, you want to make sure that you do have ABC by the end of your phase one. And if you do, it's almost an easy transition to go to phase two. So this is more or less what happened for us. And, we were very happy to have the phase one and then the phase two. And then you also have what is called phase 2B and etc. But I think once you are started on this track, it's much easier to go on. Now, USDA is also an option for us, but the reality, at least the way we looked at it, USDA give very little money compared to NSF and NIH. So the amount of effort that we had to put in writing the proposal, we just decided to go with NSF and we were just happened to be like this way.
I just want to, the reason why we can laugh is because until you get rejected, you don't know the level of cussing you can go through. Right. So that's why we can sit and laugh now. So you've gone through it. It's painful. But you got to shake it off. And what I did, because I had experience going, say for example, DARPA program. I mean, I literally sat in the car, like with the, and I said, you know what? Let me just call the program manager just to see what the problem was. And she was very helpful. She was like, she said, oh, you had a nice proposal. Just make the comments, resubmit it. And on my second submission, it got funded. But you gotta go through that. Unfortunately, you gotta go through that field of the rejection, just make the changes and submit. That's phase one.
Yes.
Phase two is one and done. So it's all in or nothing. But the phase one, you can resubmit, but that's why we can laugh, because until you go through that. It's
Is that the same funding cycle or?
you have to, so phase one, you go to the next funding cycle. So there is a delay in that. It's not immediate. And you gotta wait for the whole next funding cycle. That's why you go home and you gotta let it out.
Yeah.
Right? Just let it out. And then literally just resubmit, make the changes, and your percentage goes up significantly. There's nothing, there's no other way to say it. Yeah.
Well, speaking through challenges or frustrations, I do have a question about challenges. So we know, as you mentioned, SBIR, phase one is really a one and done process, but could you tell us what are some of the hidden challenges that you faced during writing that proposal, trying to get to that winning phase or winning cycle? Yeah, we'll start with you. Yeah.
So for me, I come from a very technical background. And so what I struggled with was the business side of things. You know, what's the market, who's your target customer, all that strange. So what I did to help out with that, I took courses at First Flight, the propeller programs to help you flesh out those ideas, the same questions that are in the proposal. I was able to go through these programs and flush out those ideas. And I literally just put what I learned here, just dropped it right in the proposal. And that helped me understand, you know, the market, what's the customer, all of those things. And from a technical, you just may not put a lot of time into. So that's where, and it's still a challenge, but you got to make sure that you're adjusting your message to the audience that you're talking to. It's not necessarily technical. So that's the hidden challenge. That for me was the business side.
So if I may add, I also come from the technical side, but I work for LabCo and business development side quite a bit. So that helped. In addition to that, if you can get somebody from a business school to working for your company as an intern, that is very helpful. They have come up with ideas which you don't even have thought about. They will come and say, oh, oral cancer diagnostic market, it's going to be this much this year. Give it another 5 years, it is going to be 250,000. And as you know, I don't know how many of you have a diagnostic test you are trying to launch, but we were trying to launch a diagnostic test. As you know, it has to go through FDA approval before we can go for that process. Since I work for LabCorp, I came to know that we don't have to get FDA approval. We can open our lab and start the testing without the FDA approval. At the same time, work on FDA approval. So we will have some revenue to bank on. So in case SBIR grant doesn't come through, for the investor money doesn't come through. So have a plan B always, so that you won't be sitting in your car and making loud noises.
What about you, Martin?
So what I can add to that, most founders are scientists or technical people, right? So you have an idea. So when you start writing, you write in very much very scientific terms or technical terms. And sometimes we tend to give too much information. Okay, so I did this experiment and data one, data B. Well, it's not really relevant, especially at this stage of the game. You really want to come across that, okay, you have an idea and you're trying to fulfill, especially in phase one, it's it's phase one, it's a pilot, right? So you want to determine that your concept might be working. That's really what you want to show. right? So we don't need to have all the details. But at the same time, it's very important to have, although they do not require it, it's important to have some data. It's important to have some preliminary data, really. So especially now with AI, you can easily come up with it, but it's important to have some preliminary data. It gives you a better chance when you're writing your proposal. As a scientist, we need to be into that scientific world, but when you're writing a proposal, you have to have a balance for your scientific or technical data, as well as your business or even commercial information. So phase one does not require commercialization or anything like that, but they want you to show that you know who your potential customer is. You can show them how to go about it, to reach them, etc. You want to show the whole line of what it is, but you have a product, who is going to buy your product, etc. So it's important to be able to have in your team or take a consultant with business background. It's also important to have an accountant. Critical to have an accountant. It's like we tend to just, oh yeah, okay, so your award is 300,000, you budget it on, very easily and very simply. But believe me, you want to have an accountant at the beginning and don't wait until the end, because it might be an issue for you, right? And a legal person also is very important as you're writing it. So most projects come up with some sort of patent, some sort of legal IP, something of this nature. So having consulted with a lawyer, an IP attorney, something of this sort at the very beginning will help you write your proposal in a much clearer term and convince the reviewer of what it is that you're doing. You want to really convince those people who are going to read your proposal, but you know what it is that you're doing, not only technically, but also to take your business from point 0 to point, at least to phase 2. So
following up to that, did any of you use a grant writing agency to write your proposals? And if so, what did that process look like?
So, our founder had a grant writer, and that company is very good. Only thing is that they will take 10% upfront. But the good thing is that you don't have to give them money in advance to start the process. And I just want to reiterate what Gordon said about, although change of topic, accountant, you need to have right from the get-go, and the legal person. We were lucky in the sense of for the patent process, and why you took care of the whole thing by taking 3% of the company. So somehow you can align a university or a legal firm right from the get-go to make sure patent is taken care of. That's very important. You don't want to, in the middle of the company going, you say, oh, I'm not sure about the patent process. That's not a good idea. So you were asking, coming back to grant writer, even if you don't have a grant writer, if you don't go and use a company, there are individuals who say, we are willing to take this, we give you a critique. And also, first flight, there are so many companies here. You can ask, oh, can you look at my grant and give me a feedback? What do you think about it? Those are the things you can do by being part of the first flight.
Did you all use a grant writing agency?
So I didn't use a grant writing agency, and I'll put a plug in for SBTDC. They will review your proposals for you, providing you send them in. Give them a couple of weeks notice to do that. So I use some of their seminars and to structure the program, your strategy, and then I also submitted my proposal for their review as well. So I did all the writing, but trying to get external reviewers because you can't catch your own mistakes when you do that. And then also the strategy to how you can go after different agencies, because there is a gap between phase one and phase two. And we'll see if you can break up your technology and then go after different components, because each one of them has a cycle. That if you don't get funded on one, you may have a chance to get funded on the other. So you have to play that game in order to compensate for potential not being. And the other thing that you mentioned is the cost. So all grant writers know that you're getting your fee from the grant. They already know what it is. So that's what they're targeting. When you go to a grant writer, is they may want an upfront cost, and then they want a certain percentage, which is normally going to cover that fee, which means if you get awarded, all your fee is gone to the grant writer. You want it, but you don't have that fee, because now you remember when you write 6 months later, things are going to change. And so you're like, oh man, I can use that fee for something else, but you have to do it. So that's the cost. So you have to weigh when you go after a grant writer. So yeah.
Yeah, so initially we did not use the grant writer, but I think it's really important, especially as scientists, to have, again, another pair of eyes reading your proposal. And yes, we also did benefit from having folks from the SBTDC review the proposal. So it's good to have the technical person read your proposal. So somebody who is a scientist in your arena, so they will pick up and help you really clarify what it is what you're saying. But also somebody who is either good English or, at least for me, that was critical. Good English, somebody who can write good English, and somebody who's coming from a totally different angle, like a business person. Because, some of these reviewers, especially for places like even NSF, are technical people, but you also have some business people coming in. So you want to make sure that what it is that you're writing is not so jargony, but they cannot even understand what it is that you're saying. So, but I think it is beneficial to have some writer, somebody who is in the field who can assist you. Of course, you will have to go back in and fine tune what it is that you have written, but I found it very useful. We heard the speech from North Carolina, Chris. Yeah, Chris. Yes. So you talked about the fee, but yeah, you're right. The fee can be gone, but you can also apply to that program, and it will offset the cost to the people who are assisting you with community.
So you all won grants, that's why you're here. So once the celebration kind of wears off and the reality sits in, how do you navigate managing funds where you receive the SBIR, STTR grants? Are there strict deadlines, milestones that must be met to ensure that you don't disrupt your grant process? What does that look like? So we'll start with you, Hortense.
Yes, that's somewhere because I'm thinking.
Okay, go ahead.
If you don't.
Bill or Jeff?
So in our case, it was slightly different because we were part of the university initially to start with, and they have program managers. Their 24-hour work is looking at, hey, are you meeting the deadlines for this grant? And they themselves will ask you, you with this grant process. So we have to give them the progress report. And so we don't have much room to, sit there and think about things. We have to do things and give them progress report immediately. So we were slightly different that perspective, but we go ahead and give what's your experience.
So there's a couple things. So if you submit your proposal today, for example, you get funded, that's like 9 months. So a lot can happen in 9 months. One, from my experience, some of the contractors I was working with, they left and went to other jobs. So you're like, oh man. So and they'll put someone else in their place. So you got to start the whole story over again. because you've allocated funds for that particular work to be done, that person has left, so we can do that. That's one challenge. Then the other challenge is technology changes in 9 months, right? So what you initially had planned, that can change. So that can potentially adjust what you had allocated for, like materials or budgets, things like that. That can also change. And then what I would also recommend is that's when now you and the program manager can potentially become, good friends. So when I first got our award, I just reached out to how often should I communicate with you? What would you like to see in that communication? Just so I keep him abreast of how we were moving along, the challenges that were going to come up. And so what we decided to do was every month I would display 3 or 4 bullet items, technical, business, and then any challenge that we're having, such that he didn't want to be like the last person to know, hey, I got a problem, right? And so as we went through the program, you can just follow along. And then they can also help you actually go for your phase 2. So those things I would recommend doing that. Then you have to be mindful of the accounting as well, especially with NSF. You go from phase 1 to phase 2, you go through an audit. And that audit is independent of NSF. So you have to have all your accounting, your time sheets, everything has to be mapped out. If not, you won't make the audit. If you don't make the audit for phase 2, it's at jeopardy. So those are some things I would consider just in the management. There's no room for a program manager as the PI. You are the program manager of everything.
Yeah, and what I would like to add to all of this is start early. Don't wait until the week before the deadline to start writing because it's already, so start early. I know, even myself, I'm saying that, but my next proposal is like, but no, start early, truly. Start early and, have people write, help you read it, etc. This is really critical. Not only start early, but read the requirement. Sometimes we're so excited about, 200 or 300,000. Okay, let me apply it, and you're not reading all the requirement. But most of these are going to come and haunt you later on. So take time, someone in your team have to read all the requirement, know when you have to deliver what to the program manager, because it's not just, okay, you get the grant and then, a year later you do something. No, you do have some deliverable throughout the process. So it's important to know this information so that you are not late delivering them. Sometimes you're thinking, okay, so the day of the proposal, if you wait until the very last minute, so the proposal is typically due at 5 p.m. Eastern time, your location time today. Well, so of course, all of last night you were working on it, you took a little bit of coffee or 2 in the morning and, back still on the proposal. But invariably, the system, the logging system, and I think maybe now things are a little easier, right? But invariably, the last day, everybody's trying to submit a proposal. And so you get problem with the system, the internet on their side. And so you have your proposal, you have everything, you're trying to submit, and it's not submitting because of X or because of Y. Well, if I say 5 p.m., it is 5 p.m. Then, don't write the program director, because 5 p.m., 5 minutes after 5, trying to convince him that, yes, I had this happening and my computer shut down and this, Yeah, so again, go back and start early. Start and submit your proposal at least, well, I like to say a week early, but at least a day or 2 before the deadline. That gives you a chance, to read, especially with NIH, because NIH, when you submit your proposal, it's not the proposal goes into 3 or 4 divisions before it is approved. And sometimes they find some error along the way. Well, you want to catch this before the 5 p.m. deadline, right? So start early, start early. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. So we do have a few questions from the audience, so we're gonna give you guys the opportunity to ask our panel questions. Wait, Nathan.
Okay, this is one for everyone at the panel. So the SBIR program had been frozen all the way from end of September, got thawed out, so we in April 13th. Still knock-on effects on from the different agencies. Have each of you been affected and how?
So, we were impacted. Given the 2 shutdowns that happened, one earlier in the year, when they had to freeze on the funding. I literally had to call our contractor and say, hey, I gotta stop payment because we couldn't get our next tranche of funding. And so I had to call the bank just to freeze I called the contractor, then I called the bank to make sure they wouldn't submit because the bank would refuse the payment, right? I had to go through those measures because our funding just got frozen. And so that was a significant impact. Now with the reauthorization, what that did, that forced now a lot of the companies, even this group here, we would have to go and look for investors, right, to potentially get your funding, which now you got a wave of folks going to investors potentially. Now that cut off one source of funding, which was a huge source of funding, right? And so now that things open up, now we can get back on our path like NIH funding. So yeah, it was it just cut off a whole source of funding backlog. Fortunately, our contractors were used to working with small businesses in SBIR programs, so they were amenable to waiting a month or so for the payment to come through. But yeah, it had a significant impact.
Thanks for the ending.
I have a quick accounting question. So do you guys use these bookkeepers or like do you use QuickBooks Online, those kind of softwares and a combination of CPA platforms? Like how did you do that? How do you manage that?
Yeah, and if I may answer this, it's really critical to find a good accountant and not just your cousin Joe somewhere. But find somebody who knows about SBIR and the funding system, government funding system, because it's a totally different concept, right? So you have many of them. I mean, First Flight can give you some few pointers, yes. But get a good one that is used to this type of project and pay whatever need to be paid to do that, because it's so critical to make sure that this accounting goes through properly. Because if you mess up in your phase 1, it's going to be very difficult to have a phase 2. So
even when putting the proposal, we get the help of the accountant as well, like even this putting the proposal together.
Yeah, they review your budgets. They can review your budgets. There are certain percentages and certain whatever you pay, the direct cost, indirect cost percentage, all of this is different depending on the funding agency. So these people will know it and they can make some suggestions, but they're very useful for you as you move forward.
So I know in the previous authorization, in a sense, for phase 1, they allowed you to do a line item for your account. Put it in there. Get them set up, because if you don't, if you go for a phase 2, you're done. Time sheets, everything. And First, like I said, it can give you some good recommendations. Pay for it. It will save you headache in the end, because if you don't get through that audit, all that time you put in is going to naught. Now, in the phase two, you can't do a line item. So they expect you by phase two, you know how to run your business, but do it up front. Yep.
There's a question here and then, Austin.
Yeah, actually for after you may address opportunity. So for the first step, when you start, you have to get the SBIR first before you enter the company to run. But you have to pay a fee of your first employee, including yourself. You need to the financial you manage your financial. You need the SBIR award first.
So in my case, it was different. We were waiting to get funding, and we submitted a couple of times and had trouble, right? I mentioned to you in the beginning, but we were lucky in the sense we were saying we need only 500,000 investor money to start our company. And it took me 2 years, by convincing people, we had $2.2 million raise from the investors. So by the time we saw, although the grants got rejected, we had backup investor money there sitting. So we were lucky in that sense. So that's why, I may not be the right person to tell you, wait, but if you can get the investor, convince the investor there is a product, you take chance on this one, and at the same time apply for funding and keep applying until you get it. And
So you got a university back here for $500,000 at least. Start with.
No, university did not invest on that. Then, we had the private investor, we convinced, this is a good product. The reason being, I'll take you one more step further. Oral cancer may not be that prevalent in this country, only 2%. But if you go to the Asian countries, it's almost, for example, India is 30% of all the cancers are oral cancer, number one cancer. And China is the same thing. So if you know people from that origin and they are looking to come up with something to identify oral cancer early on, we had that's first.
Yeah, maybe something that I can add is, as a university professor, you can apply either through STTR, right, while you're still at the university. But you need to make sure that by the time of your work, you are ready to leave your position at the university and be full-time as an entrepreneur. Because why would the university invest into you? They're losing you as a professor, they're losing your lab, they're losing you, not only you, but all your lab and student and everything else, right? But yeah, so this is the best way to do it. But then once you come on the outside, on the other side, it's SBIR that you can actually apply for. Yes, this is the time to look for funding with friends and family and, colleague and whoever might believe in you to get your project started. It's really critical at the beginning. This is what happened to us. We had some few funding from family and friends, and so that made it easier for us to do the transition from the university into the life of entrepreneurship.
Yeah, I'm working with another company now. We have two different federal funding now, but it's a drug company and it's a small molecule drug. So investors say, oh, it's a drug. It will take at least $7 to $10 million in your first phase. So they are not that enthusiastic as a diagnostic company, which I originally went with, So it depends, So in this case, I have to work on all these federal funding until I get sufficient data to convince a bigger company to come and get a, big share of the company and then go from there.
So from my end, as to say, don't quit your day job.
Yeah.
So just transparent with me, I did nights and weekends to write my phase one. And doing it, I still have my full-time job. And so I didn't put my notice in till I got funded. So even though I got denied the first time around, I didn't quit my day job until I got funded the second time around. So as they say, don't quit your day job until you get to your fund. Then that's when you have to show you're full time at the small business that submitted the proposal. So that's when you got to make that decision to, as they say, leap of faith. That's when you got to take it.
Constance, Rosario, and
Maybe.
Megan. Yeah, so Constance first.
Oh, great. So I believe this question applies to all the panel. I think everyone mentioned that they may have done the process more than once. So it would be great to share with us what are some of the lessons learned, specifically from the very first time around. What are some of the things that they were keen on as far as the changes that they were asking you guys to make from the very first time? That is as far as we can
So from my standpoint, they asked to show the data. This, we said cytomics on chip. That's as we call, we take the swab from the mouth and put it on a chip, and within 30 minutes you can see all the different kinds of cells. So they said, you say you have a library of cells with different morphology. So they said, we are not convinced from 100 patient samples you can get all the data you need. So we again worked on it. There were 1,100 patient sample data by the time we got funding. So sometimes they ask for more data and to convince them this test is going to work. That's my experience.
Is that my phase one or phase two?
Phase two.
I think, if I remember correctly, phase one got hit on some of the business case. Target market, they said too small, wasn't large enough. There may have been a couple technology-based questions in there. But the way the process worked is they sent it out to, I think, 3 reviewers. And so, and then they combine the reviews that comes back and put panel reviews. And if you read the individual reviewer comments, they can be like all over the place. But it's the panel discussion that you want to, at least they told me to focus on, look at those changes, make those changes. And, again, the reviewer comments can send you like off the roof because you never know. Like, did they read this thing? Right? You get that, that's the level of frustration there. But those are more along the business cases where I had to change. And then actually made some of the technical recommendations actually very helpful. I was like, oh wow, I didn't think about that. And I didn't read that paper, and I would go back and read it and then clear up some of the the technical and the business cases. So yeah, it can be, it all depends on the reviewers, the agencies, but those are where they're going to focus on the business side.
Yeah. Most of the reviewer comments are actually very useful, but you have some of them not coming in there. It's very you read this. But yeah, it's useful in the sense that in my case, there were some, so when we started this project, we thought that our target market was the peanut farmer. It made sense. We're developing a new variety of peanuts, with growing peanuts, these are the farmers. And some questions were asked by the reviewer. Well, today, this is many years later, the farmer are definitely not our target market. It is the peanuts butter producer, for example, the large companies that are our target market. So you understand. So some of the reviewer who are in the business arena might have this foresight, but you as a scientist, you're so much into your technical, into your sciences that you can't even really see too far ahead. So that was a challenge, and yeah, of course it was, you also have these reviewer that ask you questions about where your proposal, well, I have it in part, page 4, what is that? Of course, so you go through all of this, but overall they're having some very good questions that make you think through. But regardless, you need to address the question. Whatever you're feeling, I mean, once you've done through all these emotional things, come back and address the question as much as thoroughly as possible. And next time around, more than likely you're going to go through. This reviewer, I have been a reviewer myself as well. I was at the university. So you go into a room, not any, it's done remotely now, but you have somebody with a food science background, somebody with a plant background, somebody with a business background, so you have people with different backgrounds who are looking at your proposal from different angles. So the business person is not so much interested in your science because, well, somebody else is going to do the science. My job is to look at the business or commercialization aspect of your proposal, right? So this is where I'm going to focus. But most phase one do not focus on commercialization or even trying to see who is going to be the target market, things like that. So, but overall, it's very useful. I mean, we fast, we get emotional over the reviewer comment, but eventually it's very useful.
So my question might be very directed to you because you're sharing so much your experience as a professor and your transition. I'm actually very curious to learn about that. How was your transition or the transition of being a professor to an entrepreneur? Like what are things that you would say that you were happy to do, and what things that you would say that you may have done different?
Wow, but you want to open up this can don't do it,
Excuse me, one question. And do you miss this year?
So in my situation, I was a university professor. I was a full professor, with a lab and people, postdoc, and the whole academic thing. But I felt that I had this mission to get the peanuts, on the market, which in the academic arena you cannot really do because that's not the purpose, that's not the objective of being a professor. So yes, it was very difficult when you leave a university where you have a paycheck every month, whether you show up or not. I mean, you full professor, you tenure, so you have all the blame here, and you claim that you want to be what? So it was rough. It was very rough at the beginning, but I believe also in what it is that I was doing. And I felt that the life of human beings, so we were working with peanut allergy. And I knew of people who have died, children who have died of peanut allergy. I've met parents who are either living with a child with peanut allergy or who have lost somebody, so all these, so to me, what was more important was it my comfort? Yeah, it's important, yeah. But definitely this project of, at least thinking that you're going to save the life of one human being was so important, but it gave me the energy and the strength, to move forward. But yeah, financially it was quite challenging at the very beginning.
What would you have done differently that you did?
Well, in my case, so my husband was also a university professor. So I left the university initially and, wanted to be this big entrepreneur. And I did it for a couple of years. And then I think we should have ensured that all of this was already maybe like a phase 2 before he left the university to join me to do this, because having one paycheck where you can at least pay your rent and things like that, is important, right? But having no paycheck at all, that's already risky. So yeah, we had to go through this, but yeah, you were very lucky, to get some few, not only SBIR phase 1, but also some friends and family investors who believe in what we did came on here. But the financial aspect definitely is something that I would have done totally differently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So unfortunately, we have time for 2 more questions. So I promised your question, then you back here.
Just my question is a continuation of yours. So one thing that comes to my mind, if a person is just quitting the position and being an entrepreneur full time, wouldn't you form a team of some expert, distribute some equity through them and convince them to do the legwork and you can stay in, in your former position if you like it. Because this is a common practice, I see that, in the university is professors, they don't want to quit. So that's a very brave decision for me. But could you form a group of professionals to not yourself do the whole entire work?
So can you give a little more?
Yeah. So I mean, my understanding, like when you started your entrepreneurship, it was a one-man show.
Right.
And you were doing all of it. But besides that, could you like have a group of 2 or 3 people to divide the workload through the team that you can stay in your former position as a professor in university, as an expert in the team, whatever.
So you could do that. Only thing is that the person who is taking the lead need to get some kind of pay, right? Or you cannot rely on, okay, I don't know your background. So are you working full professor?
No, I'm in industry. I'm working commercialization. So
Okay.
I'm the one who's doing mostly the legwork for commercialization.
Okay.
He's willing to.
Okay. Oh, you're a dentist? What's your profession?
No, I'm a polymer and textile scientist.
Okay, so your company is developing a product which others will be interested. So
My focus is commercializing technologies that they are developed in the laboratory of the university. Is that I used to develop technology and commercialize, but it's too much work, and I realized there are much more fascinating technologies developed in the university laboratories, but they're not utilized properly. So there's a gap in between the market and the university labs. I believe here there are so many professors that they would like to see their offspring, the idea, the innovation is in the market, but they might not know the industry, they might not know the market, and they might not be the person to be able to be an entrepreneur. It's not an easy route. You can be a great scientist, but you cannot be a great entrepreneur. True. So can you what I'm focusing these days is I'm developing a team with university professors to commercialize their technology. In this case, the professors, they can stay and they're doing their teaching, they're doing all the things in the university, and that lab, when you see that more money comes to the lab, it grows and it might have a new project for commercialization. But it requires that professor stays in the lab. But that professor in the university does not do any business work because there are other people in the team. But the way I get your point exactly, yes. I work on a salary basis, on an equity basis, but yeah, you might come across with someone that they require some minimum salary to just do some work. But that's an option. So if you can,
I have a good experience what you are talking about.
Sure.
The next door building, there is a company called SBIR. Okay, so they do commenting modification. Okay, and it was funded by, there was a guy, I was a postdoc at NC State, and we had a graduate student called Brian Straw. So now he's a distinguished professor at UNC Chapel.
Sure.
Okay, so when we do eating lunchtime, we used to say, we are going to start a company, we are going to call it Solution Service. Okay, just making it up, So what they did was just like what you said. They started this company. I invested maybe $10,000, maybe 14 years ago. Okay, so they hired a guy, not hired a guy. There is a guy who is interested, who worked for a bigger company. He said, I want to start a company. So they took the idea from the university. Okay, Brian Straub and a couple of other people. There are 2 other professors. If you look at the SBIR website, you will see who are the founders. So they did exactly what you said. Now, it started with 5 or 6 people at the UNC, as a incubator program, right? So they started there. Now they have close to 63 employees or 70 employees. It's bigger company now.
Sure.
So it happens. So Brian didn't quit his job, or nobody quit his job, but the company thrived because the idea took off. So there are examples for that, definitely. So it's a viable option.
Sure.
Only thing is that the first people who are working on should have confidence in that,
Sure,
and they should be trustworthy.
thank you.
Sorry, last question. The guy,
Dr. Reynolds, I was wondering if, when you were working full time and you, did, nights and weekends, how many hours per week did you do nights and weekends?
So this is what I did. I joined Raleigh Found, which was downtown at the time in the warehouse district. They had a package where you can have nights and weekends access. Right. So I would go there nights and weekends. And I can't, if I tell you the number of hours I spent, I would be lying. But that allowed me to get out of the house. So I had a wife and had children. So it allowed me to get out of the house and concentrate on, writing. There's hardly anybody there. And when I knew it was time to leave is when when they have the little cycle to go through, right? And you hear everybody yelling. I knew that was time to leave because it was like 11, 12 o'clock. So I would just do that until the proposal was written. I also would go down to NC State in their library. I would go before the students get there. So the library opened up at 8. I'm there at 8, maybe 8 to 12 before students start to cycle in. It's peaceful, quiet. I would spend time in the library because I got access to all the journals. You can print out the journals. I did friends and family of the library where I could download all the journals that I need. So those are the resources that I would do nights and weekends. I would also find out, because I was a manager where I was working, where people lived. So I would make sure I wouldn't go to that Starbucks where you live because you wouldn't see me writing my proposal.
Okay.
So again, nights, weekends, I would go early in the morning. I would get up, I'll be at Starbucks like 6 to 9, right? Then I go to work at 9 o'clock, like nothing even happened.
So, what I'm wondering is someone able to actually have a full-time job and then do this on the side full-time before getting the,
Yes. So what I did, I started, again, when I took the course, How to Start a Business in North Carolina, I set up an LLC, right? You don't need your full corporation quite yet. So you can apply for your SBIR as an LLC.
Right.
Okay. So that's all I needed to set up. And that was all I could. And then you can work nights and weekends till you submit your proposal. If your proposal gets funded, that's when you have to show your full time at that company that submitted the proposal.
can it be only that one job, or can you have 2 full-time jobs?
You can have as many jobs as you want before you get awarded. Then you have to show your full time.
51%, I think.
So
I think it's 51%.
51% into
Yeah.
your company.
So if once you get the proposal done, can you have 2 full-time jobs?
Once you get awarded,
Yeah.
You have to show that you 50.
you have to show, well,
Into your company.
right. So here's the challenge with that. When you submit your budget, you're budgeting your time against that proposal. Right. And so if you have 2 jobs, now it's going to be very hard for you to schedule accurately that you're full time at your awarded company. This is going to be difficult to show that.
I see.
See what I mean?
Right.
Now, there's always you can bring and have extra streams of income. That's fine, but you have to, whatever you budget your time on that proposal, you have to commit to it. Because if not, that's borderline, I would say, not good. Right. Yeah, ethical. There you go. Right. So you have to do that. But prior to that, you can have as many, I would say, jobs as you want.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes. It's upon award that you got to really be. Like you say, you don't want to end up on a do not. Gotta get you on the list real quick. Yeah.
So unfortunately, we're at time for our panelists, but let's give them a great round. And also I'm reminding everyone on June 8th, we have the second portion of the series. So please come out to that session as well. So thank you, Dr. Joe Sebastian, Dr. Bill Reynolds, and Dr. Dorsey Sutter.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you next week.
Yes.
And I'm sure that they will share it this slide, but there you go. Nice to meet you. I know what I.
So